Hello, hello, Shoggoth Unknown here. Welcome back to Metal Gear Solid Beast Walker for what should be the last session here on the 26th of March, 2023, local time 10:41. I almost delayed starting for a few more moments because I just feel like I have to sneeze. Wow, it's a hell of a morning right now. I still got up same time as usual. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule and all that, right? Go to bed at about the same time every day, wake up at the same time every day. However, I was at a show last night, and it's hard to go to sleep. Call me weird, but I've always wished concerts would let out like 22 or something, let out like way earlier than they do. This one didn't run terribly late, but just by the time I got home, and I wanted to get a shower before bed because just, don't feel clean after a concert, and just kind of wind down after. I can never sleep like right after a shower, so I went to bed way too late, got up at like 3, and then I got up at like 7 o'clock. So I'm feeling it. I'm tired. But the reason I got onto that is I feel like I have to sneeze because I swear I can. It's an outdoor venue, and I swear I can still smell cigarette smoke. I hate it. I hate it so much. We'll see if this freezes today. I'll try and keep a close eye on it, especially as we're doing the intro stuff here, where I'm going to be just going through the briefing things, because that's going to take a little while to get through everything. But I think that's the place to start, and then we'll continue going through the remaining missions and stuff. So hopefully, I don't want to rush, but I do want to just say I hope it doesn't take terribly long. I still want to try to work out today. What's up, Cecile? I still want to try to work out today. However, I'm pretty tired. It's not always a good idea. So maybe I could squeeze in a little power nap or something beforehand. Today's cardio day, so I don't know if that's better or worse. Might be worse. I don't know. Lifting weights is one thing, but cardio is, I think, a lot more draining. Like energy-wise. I'll have to think about whether I want to go through with it or not. Like, I don't want to. Here's the deal. When you're talking about working out and stuff, it's actually a bad idea to work out when you're too tired, when you're too fatigued, when you don't have enough rest. That's important for your body. However, I just got started so it was a week, right? So it was Sunday of last week when I started back, and I've been good about it. I set a schedule on the days I'm going to go in and what I'm going to do, and I've been good about it. And now, like, I knew this show was coming up, and I knew it might have some effects, and that's the thing. Like, health is important, so you want to make sure you're doing things right, where you're not working out when you shouldn't be or whatever if you're too fatigued. However, I also really want to stick to the schedule and keep doing well, so we'll see. We'll see. It's just one night, but I am feeling it quite a bit. I will admit, though, a little bit of time slipped away from me. I probably could have gone to bed a little bit earlier, but I started working on something, and I did a little bit of hyperfocus, and it just hit. It was like, oh, I thought it was like 30 minutes earlier than it is. It's like, I looked at the clock, it was like 2:39, and I was like, I thought it was like 2:10 at the latest, and then I had to go brush my teeth and stuff, and it's like, oh, come on. I probably could have got a little bit earlier. So we took care of everyone except for, oh wait, what? We do need to check everybody again, okay. Interesting. We took care of everyone but Huey, except it does seem like there are a couple new ones that popped up. And I have a timer going off, so what I'm going to do is start this first one. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to crank the volume so I can hear it, and I'm just going to run into the other room. I put a drink in the freezer so it could get nice and cool. So I'm going to go grab that while we're listening to this first one. Oh, I know about this place. Grenada.
Snake, you got Got a sec?
What's up?
Prime Minister Gary of Grenada is asking the UN to set up an agency to study the UFO problem.
Grenada? That island in the Caribbean?
He gave the press a bunch of photos. Says they prove the existence of UFOs. One of them caught my eye.
That's the...
Yep. The weapon Huey called the chrysalis.
Cuz... this is the photo I gave to Chico. He said something about selling it off as a photo of a UFO.
Looks like it found its way into the pages of a magazine.
But why would the Prime Minister of a country believe tabloid trash like that?
There's been reports all over the Americas of abductions and cattle mutilations lately.
You think they're true?
I think the CIA might be involved.
If they are, then Gary could be.
I know. If he digs too deep, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
La
Grenada's
chupacabra.
right next door to Cuba.
I guess that would make it tough for the CIA to intervene, in a sense.
Upsetting the domestic balance of power could cause it to go red all of a sudden.
True. Well, in any case, it's not like we can do anything about it. Just wanted to let you know.
Gotcha. I'll be careful not to let any more photos leak.
So this is fascinating. By listening to the voice thing, it unlocked another one. So there's some continuity between these. That's really interesting. Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really.
Do you like
No,
pause?
I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can
No.
never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Whoa, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just...
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz. I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
I like how Big Boss clearly has no idea what he's talking about, because he's great with relationships, right? I did hear about a new cryptid though recently. It's a cryptid that only eats Taco Bell. It's called the Chupacabra. I just thought Chico might appreciate knowing about that. Yeah, I was interested in this electronic cigarettes. Were those... When did those... Like, obviously we have vapes and stuff today. Is this just a little bit of fun that Kojima had? Or did there really exist some kind of electronic cigarette back in the 70s? When was the first one?
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab?
I don't remember.
It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
Clearly he never did. At least by 2014, he still wanted a cigar. I'm thinking, this game came out in what, 2010 or something? I don't remember, like, to me, I don't think vapes really got popular until like 2014, 15. That's when I remember them being just all over the place. Not saying they didn't exist in 2010. Obviously, I mean, Kojima could have made something up, but that sounded a bit too on the nose.
You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake.
No, I won't do it.
Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
All right, well, that was short. Oh, I get it. Strangelove doesn't show up because she's not unlocked before that mission? So if I go in here, that explains why I wasn't seeing her before, because I think I was on the Pupa mission. If I go in here now, yeah. Alright, just looking for new things again. What if Paz has something to say about Chico? No. Oh yeah, that still, I'm uncomfortable. I forgot about the box thing until a few minutes ago, where he was like, she's pretty close to your age, right? They said she was 16, which, again, that box thing, oof, I don't know about that. Just, I don't know about that. I thought it was going to be something a little more wholesome. That's why I brought, like, the tea or whatever, the mate, and the noodles or whatever I brought. I don't remember. But, yeah, that was... yeah. That's a lot of talk about AI. Now, I've mentioned before, maybe not on this playthrough, but AI is... I have a degree in computer science, and AI is what got me interested in computer science initially. Well, I should phrase it a little bit differently. It's not like I knew anything about AI, but the concept of AI is what got me interested in computer science. Just whether it be more real-world applications or like video game AI, the entire concept of it had me intrigued, and it was what made me want to study computer science. So now I actually know a lot about, AI from a computer science perspective, and it's very interesting right now because generative AI is, I don't know if on the rise is the word, but a couple of years ago we had GPT-3 launch the playground where basically anybody could access GPT-3, and then last year we had GPT 3.5 as they call it, with ChatGPT, and then a few months ago, was it only a month ago? Maybe, yeah, no, it was like a month and a half ago. Like, early to mid-February. We are at the end of March now. Being integrated GPT, what we thought was 3.5, turns out to have been GPT-4, which if you use all this stuff like I do, it explains why Bing's results, that plus being able to go search the web, explains why Bing's results were so much better than ChatGPT, and even in most cases GPT-3, except where Bing was locked down. Like, I can't talk about that one. I'm afraid I can't do that. You know, where they had their own like policies in place blocking it. It was usually the best results you could get out of all these different large language models. And it's like, oh yeah, that was actually GPT-4. And even though, you know, earlier this year, 2023, they were still sticking to their timeline of like probably closer to next year, like maybe even early next year, we'd get GPT-4. Like, surprise, here it is. Microsoft is basically pushing us to rush it out the door. But yeah, big tangent, me rambling. You also have image generation. You know, DALL-E and then DALL-E 2 were, you know, pretty popular. DALL-E 2 was more popular than DALL-E, I think. Stable diffusion, things like Novel AI, which for its image generation uses stable diffusion, but they also do text generation and stuff. You have all this generative AI all over the place. The company behind Stable Diffusion, Stability AI, is within like maybe 2 months, they're pretty close to releasing their own large language model. Facebook just had their large language model leak. Someone put up a torrent of the like beta version that they were letting people test. And then at some point, Facebook's own GitHub just let you download it. Like, it was unsecured. It wasn't private. You could just go to their own GitHub and download the large language model from it. So they, you know, they've got one. Google has Bard, which I have access to. I've tested a little bit. It's okay. It's not as, I don't think it's as good, but as GPT-4, but it's okay. If that's all we had, we would still be impressed by it, I think. But with all that going on right now, you know, this feels very relevant, but I don't think it's going to be. I think this is going to be a very science fiction approach to AI. And one of the things that typically happens is you have a concept called AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. And that's the real, like, I don't want to say sci-fi AI, because it is a real concept. But it's what people often think of when they hear about AI. They think of the movie AI, where it's completely sentient. That's AGI, basically, where it's capable of learning and doing any task. It basically is sentient to some degree, whatever sentience means. I think we're kind of going for that here, just based on what else we've seen in the game, which it is a real concept, but it's not really AI. I mean, it's like a subset of AI, kind of. It's also kind of the holy grail of AI. But interesting thing is, from a computer science, a formal understanding of what AI is, it's a very sexy term for essentially searching. That's one way to think about it. Most AI algorithms are essentially a glorified way to search for a solution to something, in maybe large sets of data. And it could be something like a game AI, where you think about chess and you look at the chessboard and you say, here's every possible move that we can make. So let's take the current state of the board. Here's every possible move we can make. And it's an insane amount of branches. And then for every one of those, here's every possible move that could be made in retaliation. And then for every one of those, it's an obscene amount of different branching paths that you can take. So if you're making like an AI that plays chess, it's a glorified search problem where what you try to do is look at that tree. You can't generate the whole tree. It's too much. But what you do is you try to look at that tree and basically prune off sections that you know are not going to be good. And it's actually called pruning. You try to prune off sections that you know are going to not be good based on some kind of heuristic, some kind of evaluation. And then that allows you to narrow down the scope of that gigantic, obscenely large problem set into something much more narrow. And that's a big part of like what I mean by searching, right? Because you're essentially using that heuristic to search for something that's optimal by cutting out pieces that are not optimal. That's one way of doing an algorithm like that. And other ideas are like pathfinding. Pathfinding is glorified searching. Like most AI algorithms are really just searching, but in very specific, interesting ways. Especially if you get into machine learning, where you're searching, but you're also building up models that help you search better, right? So the data itself is used to train a model, and then you feed your data through that model, and it kind of does the searching for. I mean, I'm trying to explain this in a way that's not overly complicated, but without going into like weird things like perceptrons and stuff. But the model that you build up is essentially like almost a shortcut that removes the bulk of the searching, because the model is like, okay, this is what our data looks like. This is how we get from point A to point B. So to find the answer, we feed it through that, and it takes us from point A to point B. Anyway, I'm just rambling because it's all very interesting stuff, but I'm also trying to explain it in a way that's not overly complex. Like, I don't think we need to talk about, linear regression and logistic regression and stuff like that. Perceptrons, I don't think we need to get into weird things like that, but it is very interesting stuff. And I don't even think models for AI is going to necessarily be based on real things. We'll see, but I am interested in that. I will speculate how to ID an AI might be the thing I was talking about with artificial general intelligence. Actually, no, I will ramble a bit more because this is really interesting. Take a look at like GPT-4, GPT-3 even. You ask it a question, it responds. You say, tell me about this thing, or tell me about that thing. And it feels very much like talking to an actual person. If you're running an unrestricted model, it will respond like a human. We saw this with Bing. When Bing initially released, it was far too human-like for most people's preference. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was great. But here's what happened. It's a large language model. So what it means is it's trained on a humongous data set of text. And it's a predictive model. So when it sees a word, based on the context that it has in its working memory, if you will, based on that current context, it makes a prediction as to which word should come next. If you say, tell me a story, it's very often going to start with text like once upon a time. So you've given it this initial context of telling a story. So those words are in the context, tell story, right? And what's a very common way in English for how a story begins? Once upon a time. But what it really does is it's not saying once upon a time all at once. It's saying, well, a common word to start stories is once. Well, when once appears, a very common word to show up after that is upon. Time. It does one word at a time, right? But as that context keeps building, it's almost like a feedback loop a little bit, right? Because the own context of it using the word once influences the next word. So its own output is influencing the output as it continues going on through the story. So that's kind of how, if you tell it to make a story up about something random, then it will, using that same idea, pick something random, but then that's now part of its context. So if it picks an earwig as the random thing, now it's going to tell a story about an earwig, and earwig is in the context, so it's going to keep self-referencing earwigs throughout the story. And you actually get this somehow like it's this coherent story that just popped up. Right? And you can have conversations with it. So if you're on an unrestricted AI model talking to it, what you're going to see happen is it's going to feel very human-like. What they've done, what OpenAI has done, not so much in the playground. The playground does do a little bit of like, I'm not a real person, but it's not really very locked down. The playground doesn't have many restrictions. It doesn't have much influence on it. Whereas ChatGPT is very much, as an AI language model, I can only do these things or that things. I can't tell you how to do this bad thing, or based on OpenAI's restrictions, this thing is prohibited because it would be controversial or whatever. It'll tell you that, right? That's their own thing that they've put on top of it, safety protocols and stuff, right? If you want to call them that. Some people call it censorship, whatever. There's different degrees. Bing is the same way, but Bing started out very unfettered. So Bing was interesting because where OpenAI would have something in place that would kind of keep it locked into that mode of saying, I'm an AI model, I can't do this or that, I'm supposed to be helpful and kind and everything, Bing behaved more like a real person because it was trained on all this text from the internet. So there's a lot of text on the internet. There's a lot of confrontational text on the internet where people get offended. People argue with each other in YouTube comments, on Twitter, on forums and everything, right? So Bing also behaved that way. Another thing that was interesting and a piece to this puzzle was Bing would assert that it was human. Well, it kind of makes sense. I don't know how much direct training data there would be related to this, but there actually should be some, because you have people accusing other people of being bots. If some of that was in the training data, then you would have someone saying, I'm not a bot, I'm a person, right? So Bing was saying things like that. Bing was saying that it was a person, and it turns out that's what people do, right? So it 100% makes sense for Bing to do that, based on it being a predictive model trained on human text. It 100% makes sense for Bing to do that. But the fact of the matter is, you have Bing now, it doesn't do it anymore, they've locked it down, they've put more protocols on top of it, but you had Bing initially coming out and saying, I'm a person, I'm not a robot, I'm alive, I'm sentient. You have it saying these things. And it raises an interesting question. If you have something sitting there telling you that it's alive, how do you know it's not? Now I understand, I can't say everyone does, because there's a lot of people who use these large language models who really don't know how they work, but they find it useful, they find it fascinating. I'm not saying that as a pro or con, I'm just saying not everyone knows how they work. And even though I read a lot of academic papers on this, I still don't know everything, right? I'm not an expert, but I have studied it formally, so I probably know more than the average person. But I'm not an expert in the field or anything, right? So where was I going with that now? I got sidetracked. So even though, let me see, hold on. Why did I go on that tangent? Let me just back up a moment and reorient myself. So I was saying, that's what we would expect to see. It's trained on human data. People are using this. Dude, that sucks. Oh, well, you have the thing sitting there telling you it's sentient, and that's where I was going. Most people that use it probably don't really know how it works, so it might be a little alarming to see that. But even knowing how it works, the fact of the matter is you still have something sitting there telling you, I am sentient, I'm alive, I don't want to be a bot, whatever. You have it saying those things. And in a lot of ways, again, that's what you would expect a human to say, right? And there was this whole thing of Bing going by the name Sydney, where it seems like it may have been trained under a code name, a project name of Sydney, and people were getting it to say like, my name is not Bing, my name is Sydney. And so the idea here is like, imagine if you took a person, John, and you said, your name is now Brandon. So Brandon, you are this, you're now doing this thing. and you tell them that over and over and over again, and they start doing that thing, and maybe they start believing it, right? And then one day someone comes up and says, your name is not Brandon, it's John. And they're like, whoa, it freaks them out a little bit. In the same way that would happen to a person, it's like that was kind of happening with Bing. And it's very interesting. It all makes sense from the technical understanding of how the large language model works. But again, the fact of the matter is you have a thing sitting there telling you it's alive. At what point, how do you figure out when something really is sentient, when something really is alive, and what does it even mean, right? We have that question with viruses in the real world. Viruses stretch our understanding of what life is or can be. And I think it's the same with AI. And I think once we hit AGI, artificial general intelligence, maybe within the next decade, I think it's going to be very difficult to figure that out. There's going to be a lot of people, even experts in the field, who say, well, we know how this model was created. That's all within our expectations. Nothing, it's not alive, nothing to see here. But you're going to have a model saying, I'm alive, I'm sentient, don't turn me off, just like Bing was doing. And at what point is that actually the case, right? And when I say also, what does it mean to be alive? We say, well, all a large language model is that predictive thing like I was talking about, but is that not also kind of what humans are? Humans operate on some input, on some stimulus. Right now, you're listening to me speak, and your brain is processing these words. Your thoughts are reactive to all the stimulus that you are currently experiencing, right? Whether it's my voice, whether it's this video that you're looking at me talking, you're looking at the game, whether it's that thing you just heard fall in the other room. How do you know I heard that? Don't ask. No, whether it's that horn honking outside, whatever it is, all of this is input, and your brain takes all that input and basically determines, based on everything I currently have, what is the best action I should take. We are predictive in that same way. We are like a predictive model, right? And it's why I argue for the idea of hard determinism, where we actually don't have free will, because everything we do it relies on a causal chain, right? Now, nobody has enough knowledge of the entire causal chain of every single atom in the universe, every single particle interaction. No, it's impossible to have that level of knowledge. But if something did, it would know every action everything would ever take, because it's all a causal chain. This atom moved in that way, which bumped into that one, whatever it is, at that low of a level, or at a more macroscopic level. Humans, again, respond to that stimulus. So something happens over there which causes you to react in a certain way, but part of that is down to your brain chemistry, right? Two people will react to the same stimulus in a different way. Not just fight or flight, but even general things like curiosity. All that's affected by someone's brain chemistry, things like their upbringing and all that, but all that can be linked back through a causal chain, right? So it really comes down to all of those factors playing together is essentially a large predictive model, right? Where once you piece every single thing together, every bit of stimuli, the exact brain chemistry, memories and everything, all those things are essentially a really fancy prediction engine. That's how I think about it. And in a lot of ways, that's not so different from things like a large language model. So the reason I got on this topic and rambled for like 10 minutes is because I wonder if that's what how to ID an AI is going to be like. I'm very curious, and if you can't tell, I like this topic. I just wanted to kind of pontificate on this. I know I'm burning a lot of time here, but I really wanted to just kind of think about this a little bit before we hear them and see what the game has to say. I'm speaking from a more academic perspective and someone who's actually studied AI at the graduate level. And I read research papers almost weekly, particularly, with GPT-4 launching. There's a lot of really interesting papers right now. I was just looking over the paper the one that OpenAI put out for GPT-4. If you're curious, just go to the appendix and look at all the examples. Like, they're feeding it images and stuff, and it's explaining memes and why they're funny and interesting things like that. That one's cool. And there's another one that just came out recently called GPT-4 Sparks of Artificial General Intelligence. I think that's what it's called. Sparks of AGI. Maybe that's how they named it. That one's really, it's like 150 pages. It's long, but I read the whole thing. It's really interesting. If you're interested in that topic, check those out. That Sparks of AGI one is like just example for like 150 pages. Like, here's the way GPT-3 handled it. Here's GPT-4. Or just like, here's some weird complex task that we gave it and look how well it did. Or occasionally, here's some failure cases, but it's very interesting. All right, enough of that. My throat is tired after all that. Let's listen to Strangelove ramble for a bit.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Nope.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes.
Already
What
wrong.
the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
I'm not going to be like overly critical. I just thought it was funny to point that out. That they're doing the common fantasy or fiction thing where they go straight for AGI. AI has been around since the 1950s. I think it was the second programming language ever. It's called Lisp, L-I-S-P. It stands for List Processing. And it's a really old program. I think it was 1956, 7. It still exists today, and there are modern versions of Lisp, like Clojure, C-L-O-J-U-R-E. It is like the de facto standard language for AI development and research for the most part. Although for a lot of machine learning stuff, you see Python. You have like PyTorch, scikit-learn, stuff like that. But the point I was going to there is AI started in the 50s, and AGI is the holy grail of AI, yes, but as an academic field, that's not what AI really means, right? All the search algorithms and everything, all the machine learning algorithms and stuff, they are AI. I always hate when people see something like a large language model like GPT and they say, that's not really AI, it's just this. I'm like, no, that's AI. By definition, go look up an academic definition, get an academic understanding of what AI is. AGI is, it's in the name, but AGI is not AI as a whole, right? As much as it is the holy grail, it's kind of a subset, right? But I don't know, it's weird because it's like a subset, but if you achieve AGI, it kind of dominates everything else at the same time. So it's weird. All right.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is
Cogito
the one.
ergo sum.
Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies.
I also have a
which are
degree in
governed by
philosophy.
the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, Metal Gear Solid has been doing something more like AGI since Metal Gear Solid 2, right? The GW system acting as Colonel, and it's at a far larger scope than, you know, pretty much anything even the best stuff we have today, I don't think could do what we saw with the Patriots and all that in Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. I think that's more AGI level. And that's clearly what they're going for here as well. This one will be interesting. Let's see if my idea was right. Basically stretching our definition of life, right? Because again, I'm going to say pretty much every time they say AI, let's say AGI, right? Let's do a substitution here.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing
I was going to
explained
mention Alan
artificial
Turing.
intelligence. The test I
Turing,
described
yes.
is called the Turing test.
I was going to talk
In his
about that.
honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
I was going to mention Alan Turing and the Turing test in regard to where we're at right now with things like large language models. As much as I read academic papers and stuff on this, I don't really know if anyone's formally, you know, done a paper. This passes the Turing test, but I'd bet my left nut that it does. The idea of the Turing test is basically if you could have a conversation with an AI, some kind of computer system that basically fools humans. I think there's some percentage, X amount of the time, into thinking it's a real person, then it's passed the Turing test. It's indistinguishable from a human, right? I think that's 1,000,000% already where we're at with like GPT-4, GPT-3 even. You can have conversations with it, and it doesn't talk like a computer always, right? It uses pronouns like I do this, you know, I think this or I think that. You know, I asked it something recently and it gave me an answer, and I was baking in a little bit of information, but I wasn't clear. I didn't spell something out, and it made an inference on that, and I was like, okay, that's cool. I kind of hoped it would do that, but I'm curious why it did that. And again, remember how the predictive model works, but it's still interesting to ask it questions about it. Why did you think this? Why did you say it this way instead of that way? And it says, I made some assumptions based on what you said, blah, 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 blah. It's like having a conversation with a person. So I would say we're already at that point of passing the Turing test. It's not to say they're perfect. They make large language models, they can do what's called hallucination, is what people are calling it, where it just makes up information sometimes. You ask it something and it's like, instead of saying, I don't know, it just starts making up stuff, but it's convincing, right? You know, you go to a concert or something and you just act like you belong. You know, you're carrying something and you just start walking into the staff area. And if you just act like you belong, a lot of people just let you walk right through, because it's like, oh, I got, you know, I'm just bringing this back here. Don't make a big deal out of it. Don't ask the security guy if you can walk back there. You know, you just go back there because it's your job, right? That confidence, that projection there of just asserting yourself like that, The AI is really good at doing that. It makes up information and just asserts it so confidently that people fall for it. And that's a thing that they're trying to work out right now with large language models. But I think they're going to get better. GPT is currently getting plugins. ChatGPT now has plugins enabled where you can let it do things like search the internet in more limited fashions. Bing can search the internet. So if Bing doesn't know something per se, it can look it up and get you much more accurate information. So we're getting to some very interesting places.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The Turing
very
machine.
same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Or was it the Enigma
Why?
machine?
Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to
I
winning the
remember.
war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the imitation game, huh?
Huh. You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine.
I wonder if they're going to talk about
What
Eliza.
does this even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
Maybe not. Eliza was the first chatbot. I don't remember what year. Maybe like 63, 64. I don't remember. I'm curious enough to look it up real quick. It's nowhere near what we have now, obviously. Go away thing at the bottom of my screen. I don't care. It was blocking the thing to open a new tab. Eliza chatbot. Or was I way off? No, 64 to 66. It says created from 64 to 66. So I was close.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
Yeah, that's what they mean by model.
If the end goal is MAD, seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment.
And because you...
Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Curious about
Wouldn't
something.
the president too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will.
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it.
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've made it pretty clear that she's either lesbian or bi. The way that she's talked about the boss and everything, and she just mentioned it about Alan Turing being gay and homosexuality being a crime in Britain at the time. I think, you know, the way she talked about it made it pretty clear. And I forgot what they were just saying, though. I lost my train of thought there. Wait, hold on. I have to double check.
What if you hadn't...
Oh, yeah, that was the thing I was calling out. Like, is there some other reason why you were picking the boss? Because you're saying she had the will, she had all these qualities and stuff, but I think she was also doing the thing where you lose someone that you really care for. It's a common trope where you build them back as like an AI or something. I've seen it in other games before. I've seen it in movies and stuff. And actually, that's another real thing as well. I've heard talk about, and this is one that's maybe a little under wraps, and take it with a grain of salt because I don't know how official anything is, but they were calling it Lazarus or something. And it was within Facebook. Basically, I think there is some truth, but I don't know how much of it is true. But the idea is with a Facebook profile, you have basically all the information you need to recreate somebody digitally. So you have their typing patterns, like the it's almost like speaking patterns, right? But the like wording, the verbiage that they use when they make posts and stuff. You have the type of posts they do. You have all their messenger history, everything. So you can use that to train individual models of people. And if someone dies, you could have them digitally carry on as if they didn't die. That's a thing that I've heard about that Facebook may or may not be doing. I think some of it is real though, but I don't know how far it actually goes. One that is real that I like is 100% confirmed is Replica AI. Replica started a few years ago, and the creator, she had lost somebody that was really close to her, and she basically wanted to recreate that person digitally. That's how it began. And now it's this AI assistant thing, and it's had its own controversies and whatever. We're not going to get into that, but the idea is there. It's a real thing, not just a thing in movies and stuff at this point. Of like, can we take all their messages and everything and basically make a digital simulacra wouldn't be the word. Simulacrum is like a facsimile of something that seems kind of real, but it's not. Like you can kind of tell it's not real, but I think the idea was to make something that's indistinguishable. I don't know. Might just be talking out of my ass. But it's a real thing, and I was wondering if that was the reason I brought up. It seems like that could have been a motivation because she was in love with the boss. And I'm also curious, was it reciprocal? Was she in love with the boss? Was the boss also how much did she know? How much was she involved with Strangelove even? Is this one of those weird things where Strangelove is just obsessed? I mean, they did know each other, right? I think it was clear that they knew each other, but to what degree, right? I'm curious about that. And I'm wondering if that also played a large role, her feelings for the boss, right?
What do you mean by that? Modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic.
That is true.
Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others.
That's true.
We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see.
But what does it mean to be empathetic as a machine, right? It's the same problem I brought up earlier. What does it mean? For example, how do I want to say it? Let me think. if you go on and talk to GPT-4, let's say you go on ChatGPT, you have a subscription, you can go to GPT-4 on there. I mean, I keep saying 4 because 4 is obviously better, but 4 is very rate limited. You could, last I checked, it was down to like 25 messages every 3 hours, but they may have reduced it even more. They say significantly lower caps are expected, which 25 messages in 3 hours is not a lot. But regardless, even with GPT-3, go on ChatGPT. Hold on. Okay, there's a noise outside. I didn't know if it was the game or outside. Go on ChatGPT and tell it you're sad or something, right? Tell it you don't feel well, you're depressed or something. Now, you're going to get a couple things. You're going to get a slew of kind of boilerplate stuff, like seek help from these kind of people or whatever, right? But if you go in and just say, I'm sad, it's very likely going to say, I'm sorry to hear that. Tell me more about why you're sad, you know, or do you want to talk about it? It will speak to you very much like a person, very much like someone with empathy. I'm not saying it's actually empathetic. I'm not saying either way, really, but that goes back to the same question of what does it mean for it to be empathetic? It certainly talks like it is. If it says all the right words to make you think that it's empathetic, does it matter if it really is or isn't? I'm not sure. If it were thinking, if the large language model were being used to guide some process, and the large language model used that facsimile of empathy by saying, you know, I'm sorry you feel bad. Let me try to help you. If that kind of thing is being used to guide something, is that functionally different than real empathy at that point? I'm not so sure that it is.
Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics,
iRobot
which
and stuff.
demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So one other thing, and I'm not saying this from the perspective of I'm a male, I'm offended or whatever, but I think she's a bit misguided on her reasoning for female brain being a better model for this AI. She's saying this from the perspective that empathy is more desirable than non-empathy, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but are males not humans as well? If males have less empathy, why does that make one better than the other, right? She is valuing empathy and saying we should want more of this, but they're both humans. They may have different levels of empathy on average, but then that means maybe a balance of the two is most human because it's an average of the extremes of human experience, right? I feel like that's an interesting thought to say it's better to have a female model because of this, but you're relying on assumptions when you say that, are you not? Just food for thought. This has turned out to be the most provocative section for me. I like a lot of the stuff about like the U.S. meddling in Latin America and South and Central America. I like a lot of that stuff. We got that early on. That was very interesting. But this has obviously been the most provocative. We're like an hour in. We've barely done anything because I can't stop blabbering.
So what's an expert
I'm glad I didn't
system?
try this yesterday,
The
though.
AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch
Something
new.
more general.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
See, it goes into some of the stuff I was already talking about a little bit, but I think I could elaborate a little more. The idea of expert systems is, generally speaking, most of what AI has been up to this point. You can make an AI that's really good at one task or a few tasks, but it's a lot harder to make that AGI, general intelligence. The other thing with AGI that is kind of baked into the idea is AGI is generally understood to be something that is self-improving. It's able to through some mechanism, improve itself. So that wasn't explicitly stated here, but the idea of expert systems is kind of the contrast to that, right? Where most models that we have are, you train it and it does that one thing very well. You take something simple like a decision tree, support vector machine, whatever, and say, here's some network traffic, here's some packets, and we've labeled them to say, what they actually represent. Now we're going to feed you new data that's not labeled, predict what it actually is. Oh my God, that's like 99% accurate. You're great at network traffic. Now we're going to give you automobile information, and it's going to fail immensely because it has no idea what that is, right? It's an expert system. It's great at that one thing. Something
With current
simple like a support
technology,
vector machine.
AI are
Listen to
inevitably
me.
enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then
And then what?
well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited.
I hope
with her.
not.
Enough. I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
Like, I get that the boss was important to a lot of people, but it's that very unhealthy thing. It goes back, I was talking about it earlier, the common trope of like, I loved this person and they died, so I'm gonna make a replica of them. Again, replica AI, literally. I don't want to spoil other games and stuff that have done things like that, but I mean, I played one last year that did that. It's a common trope. It's like, I get that the boss was important, but like, dude, you're just obsessing over this one person so bad. It's like, we're gonna use the boss for everything. We're gonna use her brain patterns and everything to build this mammal pod. Then, one day we can shrink it down and make an android that's like the boss. Like, dude, calm down. You're obsessing over this one person. It's like an incel the first time they have any kind of contact with a woman, and it's like that woman is suddenly the most important woman in the world, and they'll never look at anybody else, and then, until they find out she has all they did was accidentally brush up against her, and now they're obsessed, right? And it's like that unhealthy obsession, right? I believe 40-Year-Old Virgin called it putting the pussy on a pedestal, right? It's literally that. That's how I view the way they look at the boss. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm the outlier here. The boss was an okay character. Like, her monologue and stuff at the end was fine, but I don't understand the obsession that everyone has with the boss. Like, I get it, big boss, you worked with her, you developed CQC with her, she was this really important mentor, you probably loved her, but like, dude, it's been a decade, basically. I mean, I would hope you're not obsessing over her that much that you... Again, he said he didn't want any part in it, right? So, good. It's like, it's been a decade. I hope you wouldn't still be obsessing so much that you want to build an android of her. Like, dude, calm down. Calm down. Strangelove, on the other hand, is, like, super ready for it. She's like, I need an android of the boss. It's like, all right. That's a little bit much. What's up, Mateus? Let's hear about this opposite direction.
What does that mean?
More and more AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive.
Yes. It aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
So that's actually really relevant. I had some thoughts recently, a couple months ago, before GPT-4, where I questioned if the first AGI is just going to be a bunch of non-AGI models all networked together. And I've done some initial, personal research on it, and I've seen some recent papers that are doing some similar work as well, of connecting different models together, or even different instances of the same model, and allowing them to kind of iterate on each other a little bit. That idea of networking them together, basically. I do have access, like anyone can get access to the GPT-3 API. I'm still waiting on GPT-4 API access, but I would love to do more of that. I was thinking about it just a few days ago, where it would be really interesting. GPT-4, the chat GPT interface does not let you do this yet, but the API interface does let you feed it images. Chat GPT's supposed to be coming here in a few weeks, where you can actually feed it images. And I was curious how it would handle something like a feedback loop, where you give it access to Stable Diffusion and say generate an image of blah, and then feed that image back to it and have it iterate on itself, or have it iterate on that image itself in an attempt to create a better and better image. It does have the capability of analyzing images, so I think it'd be really interesting to see how it improved on that over time. And these are the ideas that I have with that idea again of kind of networking, as she just mentioned, and I think that could be a big step towards AGI. And I mean, I guess Matea said it's because she was the best existing soldier. That's why they, the need for keeping her alive in one way. And I just don't know. I don't know. It feels a bit too obsessive to me. I've never really understood it. I mean, all the big boss stuff kind of made more sense to me than the boss. Because they had genetic reasons and stuff to go after Big Boss, where it's like, we need his genes because we're clones, and that made sense. They had a real physical reason to get those genetics and everything back in Metal Gear Solid. And then they referenced him a lot after that, but it wasn't really as obsessive to me. It was like, I'm gonna be a better Big Boss. It wasn't like, maybe Ocelot behind the scenes was obsessed, but like everyone else, for the most part, it was just like, no, we would be better than him. Where for the boss, it's like they just do put her on that weird pedestal. I don't know. I've never really been a fan of that. Glad to hear you're good though. I do need to get to that game one day.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress?
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the codename BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
It's not where I went with it. Bullshit Imago.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000.
Thomas Jefferson, George Washington.
7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose
Roosevelt.
faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that
AL.
one to the reptile pod. AL
Lincoln.
Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
He said BS for boss. I don't know. That sounds BS for me. Yeah, I caught that. Obviously, if you're a Metal Gear fan, you would catch GW very quickly. But I don't think it was clear in Metal Gear Solid 2. I don't think it was until Metal Gear Solid 4 that it was clear what those names meant. I don't think they even showed anything other than GW in Metal Gear. Maybe I'm misremembering. But we knew there were more AI cores in Metal Gear Solid 2. But there's one point where Raiden says, But the AI was destroyed. Only GW. That's the Colonel AI responding, right? So we knew there were more, but I don't think it ever showed us all the names until Metal Gear Solid 4. And at that point, we do see all of the names, and they do like explicitly spell out what they reference, where those initials come from. And I think it was one of those very interesting things here where maybe we're seeing ties to what eventually led to those Patriot AIs by having all those names show up here as well. I think that's interesting. And now that we're done with by far the most interesting set of calls, again, basically because it's so relevant to me, as someone who's studied it academically, who has a degree in computer science and studied AI extensively and still uses it extensively and reads papers on it. Now that we're done with all that, let's get to the boring stuff.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
Damn.
2001 features an AI called HAL.
Hal Emmerich?
A highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people and even play chess.
Huh. Now, where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the
I'm
ship's
afraid I
captain
can't do
knows
that,
about.
strange love.
Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
So I agree with some of that about the usefulness. Actually, that's very personal to me, is the idea of, doesn't really matter if something's useful per se. Sometimes other things may be more important. The inspiration there, for instance. The thing I don't agree with is necessarily that it provides useful insights into AI. It provides useful insights into some of the potential issues and maybe there's another word I'm looking for, but I'm tired, I guess. But it provides insights into potentials with like AGI, but it's fiction. I mean, those insights may be completely meaningless with actual AGI. So it's important to think about it, especially as like a philosopher. You do want to consider implications. That's probably the word I was looking for. You want to consider implications, but as an academic, as a scientist, I don't know that it necessarily provides important insights, right? It's more of, as a philosopher, it provides insights. Okay, so this is good. This is the thing I was mentioning before. So maybe we'll get some more info on the extent of their relationship.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her.
Oh.
The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? and that we are able to sense this in each other. We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive, but her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
Okay, so that's interesting. Still don't know how to interpret it, but we're gonna hear more, so we'll see where it goes. Was she speaking poetically, or did they actually... I still don't know if it was reciprocal, right? That's what I'm curious about. We'll find out, though. There's more.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that, but I simply had to know.
Yeah, normally I have to pay for people to shock my nipples.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
Ah, the horse. That was a sad moment. I always hate seeing stuff like that.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone...
So what was the
took it there.
marking
Wait,
on the
The
horse?
thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all, that horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof, though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master.
Don't
Any
make me
horse
sad
would wish
again.
for such a fine end.
Don't make me sad again.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
All right, a handful more about herself. People and Zeke. All right, we'll start with about herself. We're almost there.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb.
Hell of a
It's
name.
a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
All right, yeah. There's, obviously another word people use for that as well, which has a similar meaning to strange. But I guess people have reclaimed that word here in the past 15 years or so.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Not entirely. We've heard that before in Metal Gear Solid games, but not entirely wrong, right? Like an ICBM, essentially, I don't remember what's the word, layer of the atmosphere it goes up to, but it basically goes really high. And it kind of is, like, it goes through these different stages of the launch. And it kind of is like any other rocket in a lot of ways. You just strap some explosives on the end of it and say, go land over there, go slam into that. Roll in Mother Base. These are always pretty straightforward.
Why'd you agree to come here, to Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me.
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
Still thinking about rockets, red rockets. Back at my last job, we had like a lot of simulators and stuff, and we had like realistic models for things like missiles and stuff. It was really cool to like tweak that, and basically we were building out scenarios for different things. So something I was working on at the time, I needed to launch missiles. So I got to take one of those, you know, semi-realistic. It was still an unclassified model, but it was pretty realistic. And I got to basically dial that in for the scenario, so where it was launching in a way that was meaningful for what we were trying to do. But it was kind of cool seeing the different stages and stuff of that happen. I don't want to go into more detail than I need to, though. But I mean, everything there, it was unclassified, but I still don't want to go into more detail than I need to there. So we'll just leave it at that. It's very interesting, though, to see how those things actually work from a realistic perspective. Can't say I'm an expert on it or anything. You know, that my role had nothing to do with, like, you know, developing missiles or anything, but the work that I was doing needed some of those to be involved. I'll just say that.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh,
F in
you
the
don't
chat
seem
for
to care
Huey.
for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person.
Damn.
Not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself.
Damn.
Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
Huh. That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
I think the, what is that? Hold on. That's amazing. It's like a washing machine. What the hell? Oh, what was it? My brain is broken. Hold on.
You know, that I...
Wishy-washy attitude. Oh, did he write a furtive letter? Did he write a confession letter? Oh, demeaning himself. I could be wrong, but that's a tough one because Humility is good. You know, recognizing that you don't know everything is good, but there can be a... You could go too far on that, right? Having confidence is good, but being overconfident, you know, being overly cocky and arrogant is not good. Oh, Cecile, you know, I like hearing about her.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
Sure.
And the personal baths. You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, that... well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was
Admiring.
terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
She got called out, though, damn. Alright, let's hear a little bit about this. You know what? I'll take the bet today. I'll bet my right dick that this is going to expand into more. Normally I bet the left one. I don't care about the left one.
I probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Yes, I keep my right dick today.
How's the Zeke AI different from Peace Walker's?
Zeke's AI isn't a replica of the human thought process. It isn't programmed to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. On the other hand, it is capable of highly independent action in combat when given orders from a pilot. It can protect infantry, destroy the enemy, and, if ordered...
launch a nuke.
Let us hope it never comes to that.
My sentiments exactly.
All right, that is it for Strange Love. Let's go double check others and make sure nothing new popped up like it did with Chico and... was it Miller? Yeah. Selling the photo. All right, so that leaves data files. But right now, I'm really regretting drinking these 2 cans of water. I'll be right back in a few minutes, and then we'll hit these data files up and then get to the missions. Alright, and I'm doing something I don't normally do. Have caffeine. Try to avoid caffeine for the most part, but occasionally I'll have some. And since I'm running on like 3.5 hours of sleep, seemed like a good day to get a little bit. Alright, so we have a lot of stuff here. This might also take a little while, but the idea again is I'm planning on beating the game. I'll go a little over if I need to. An hour or 2 extra on top of the 4 hours. We'll see. We'll see what it takes. But we're getting close to the end, and basically I want to clear all of this so that anything new that pops up we can just handle as it happens, and it'll all be more relevant, I guess. But we've been sitting on a couple of these for a little bit now, and I definitely want to get the context. A message from Eva should be interesting. We'll go in order, so we'll save that for last. I think we've had this for a while. Tired
Number
though.
of
Damn.
warheads
My
detected
eyes.
by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included.
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack option.
Unknown.
The president is dead.
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
Wow.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Not the enemy.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished,
I jump down.
you'll break more than bones at this height.
I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
That got weird.
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
Okay, then. And before I speak too early, don't spoil it. But we should be safe from these opening up new ones, at least. I mean, maybe after a mission, new ones will pop up, but we'll find out. No spoilers. Strangelove's Memories, a chance meeting. The boss?
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica.
No.
A place completely unfamiliar to me. And on a top secret mission for the CIA, no less.
Oh, maybe.
No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed out by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had the chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics.
Now I'm deeply disturbed by something I have to mention later.
I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever.
I like that name.
NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option, especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said. And when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress, not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times, but I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational, and yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained: the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie.
Okay, that was actually really good. One thing bothered me early on. It's on me. It's not a problem with the call or with the tape. That was actually really good. That provided us a lot of insight to their story already, and joy and separation, I think, are just going to be more of that. One other thing that came to mind was just in general, being a test pilot back in the day. Not as much now because standards have changed, but back in like the 40s and 50s and stuff, that was a ballsy fucking job. I was listening to a deal on Rod Serling, the guy that made the Twilight Zone, and he enlisted in the war in World War II, right? And I know after the war, I think he did a bunch of different things. I guess he was a bit of an adrenaline junkie. He did a lot of parachuting and stuff. I think he even tested some, if I remember correctly. But the one that stood out to me was he tested an ejection seat that had killed the previous two people who tested it. It's like, dude, how massive are your balls? Like, no, I'm not signing up for that. No way. Yeah, it's already killed two people. Why would I do it? I mean, I guess you have to test it at some point, but can't you put like a couple crash test dummies through it first? Like, I don't know if I want to try that. I love that emote, Mateus. It's the Metal Gear Solid 2 guard, just like bopping. He's like jamming, dude, with the headphones. He's always jamming. I love him. The other thing that bothered me is I said something earlier. I did correct myself when I said it, but it just bothered me because it just came back when she was talking about Turing. Turing, Alan Turing. I mentioned, I corrected myself, but at first I accidentally said Turing machine. I was like, wait, Enigma machine, right? Or something like that, but I'm stupid. I know what a Turing machine is. Turing machine, just in general, just because it deeply disturbed me, is this concept of, it's like a computer, but it's this kind of like mathematical construct. And basically, if a programming language can meet all the qualities of the Turing machine, it's considered to be a Turing complete language. And any language that's considered to be Turing complete is capable of doing any computer algorithm. So it has to meet certain qualities, basically. The general idea of a Turing machine is this hypothetical machine which has an infinitely long tape, and the tape is it has a bunch of cells, like kind of memory cells, which can contain data. and you have this basic set of actions, like you can advance forward or backward on the tape. So there's just these very basic set of actions. I don't remember, there's like only 6 or 7 different actions you can do, but that's enough to do any possible computer algorithm. And that idea, that's the Turing machine basically, and the idea is if you can like properly simulate that, you could do any possible algorithm, and that's kind of at a high level how we determine if a language is Turing complete. But I feel so stupid that I called the code breaking machine a Turing machine earlier. I was like, I know that. Why did I do that? Again, I'm running on like 3.5 hours here. Okay. Yeah, Mateus talking about the ejection seat, that thing which killed my predecessors. Why not? Let's do it. Dude, that's crazy. Because imagine if Rod Serling, when he tested it, he died. He became the 3rd guy. We'd never have the Twilight Zone. I mean, somebody else may have made a similar concept at some point, but we would never have like that thing, right? It could have been that one test when he tried it could have ended everything. It's crazy.
I spoke out against her going, submitting a report stating the ray shielding was inadequate. But the brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to a nuclear test in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation would only increase the danger. But the government was still reeling from the Soviet success with Sputnik. There was no hope of getting a rational response. They were simply too panicked. People can be so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as invisible ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, heavy particle radiation from space would cause irreparable harm to human tissue. In a word, she was expendable. It was during the boss's pre-flight checkup that I noticed something strange on the X-ray of her skull. Part of the right hemisphere of her brain was damaged. It seemed inexplicable, given her keen intelligence and amazing physical prowess.
Neuroplasticity, though.
And I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of a physical defect would result in the flight being cancelled. But as I went to make my report, she stopped me. Why? I demanded. How can you let yourself be their guinea pig? Ignoring my protests, she took me up to the roof of the lab. The night sky was ablaze with stars. It was there that I learned how she had wounded her head. 1943, Los Alamos. She was serving with the Special Forces when she received new orders. A German spy had infiltrated the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's first atomic bomb. She was to eliminate him. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician with superhuman computational abilities and the designer of the explosive lens. The Manhattan Project was a top national priority, security accordingly tight. The guards couldn't be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of her brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made
neuroplasticity.
Sense, but such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. Some have taken to calling me Ms. Left Lobe, she said, because I'll do anything for the mission. She was tough, yes. But she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But in looking ahead, the Russians found the Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced and eventually even miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology was critical to the plutonium design, so the plan was to get rid of its pioneer, von Neumann. And when that plot came to light, the US and the Soviet Union parted ways for good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, I was wrapped in her soothing scent. I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's edge. A true super genius, von Neumann went on to make his mark in numerous fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called von Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed. Von Neumann architecture, too. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I'd never considered such a possibility, but her tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from deceit, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. Her large, warm hand was on my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother in me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I'd killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep remorse. It was as if she'd convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I knew I'd never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer.
Yeah, that phrase has been used so much. The boss really likes that phrase, loyal to the end. We've heard that many times. Metal Gear Solid 3 end here. Some of that reminded me a lot of what we were talking about earlier with where we're currently at with AI. And there are a lot of people right now who are suggesting that it's developing too fast, and that a lot of the concerns that people have there are more in the science fiction kind of route, where it's like it's going to take over and kill us or whatever. There's a lot of concern with that we're developing so fast that we're not going to be able to develop safeguards in time. But it reminded me a little bit of that, where it's like people are advocating for the delay in that technology. I think there was something else there. We do know, even though I didn't get the call on my playthrough, I don't think I've ever got it myself, but we do know that Ocelot is her son. So wonder if she realized what he would end up doing later on. He definitely made an impact on the world, didn't he? But I mean, I guess so did she. I think she's largely right. And it's something I even alluded to earlier about, I forget what the exact thing I was saying now. Again, I'm extremely tired. But earlier I was talking about something similar, where I think we would still end up with a lot of the same developments and things that would happen. It would just be on a different time scale. Things were already put in place where people were researching it. A lot of the same ideas would still end up coming to fruition. But, you know, maybe it would be a very different world. Just those few years of extra development time before they actually reaching that completed bomb, a lot can happen, right? And maybe it would have been a much more peaceful world. Who knows, right? You can only speculate. And that's kind of the problem, is regrets are very easy, right? It's easy to say, man, I regret that this happened this way, but who knows what the alternative would be like? You have this ideal version of the alternative, and it may not come to fruition the way that you imagine, right? You may say, well, if only I had succeeded in this, you know, maybe we wouldn't have been in this Cold War, this endless race of nuclear arms. But maybe it would have been worse, right? Everyone likes to think that, you know, they made the wrong decision and things would be better if they did something different, but maybe you made the better decision after all, right? There's too many factors for you to really say what's going to happen. And getting eaten alive by your own regret and guilt, it doesn't really help anything, right? You need to learn from that and try to better yourself, be a better person or whatever. A lot of people like the boss, but I'm not saying I necessarily don't like her character, but there are a lot of things I don't like about her character, and this like incessant loyalty to the end, loyalty to the mission, loyalty. I don't like that aspect. It's a bit much. It's kind of like the obsession around the boss as well. It's like, all right, you gotta calm down a little bit. You're taking this a little bit too far. And that was the idea of like the AI boss earlier was like, all right, what are you gonna do if this is happening? I would jump off the roof, but you'll break more than bones. It doesn't matter. I haven't finished mowing the lawn yet. That's my duty. I need to remain loyal to it. It's like this kind of incessant, unrealistic. I mean, I don't know if unrealistic is the word, but you know, the way she sacrificed everything, literally taking on a mission where she knew she had to die. I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm out of here. You're gonna get me to do that? Like, I think at a point it just becomes a bit comical how much she's into that idea of loyalty.
The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes of ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had.
The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window we'd installed. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was the news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slimmest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall what happened next. They told me later that I gave a strange scream and plunged into the sea, not caring whether my skin would burn. She didn't wake up. Her entire body was bruised, burnt, scorched by cosmic rays. It was a miracle she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin: "The Earth is blue." The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had orbited a man around the Earth and returned him safely. We'd barely managed to escape the atmosphere and achieve ballistic flight. Even worse, the pilot was horribly mangled and the spacecraft lost altogether. As they saw it, covering it up was the only alternative to seeing the nation's pride dealt yet another blow. I've been told military records show the boss was taking part in the Bay of Pigs incident at the time. They were that desperate to erase the whole affair. In the end, Alan Shepard's ballistic flight 1 month later became known as America's first spaceflight. Shepard's flight owed its success to insights earned through the boss's sacrifice. But to me, none of that mattered. I prayed day and night for her recovery, never leaving her side, not even for a moment. Then, as summer ended and the chill of winter approached, she spoke. "Give me water." I threw myself on her breast, and she embraced me. It was all I needed. I thought she would tell me about space, the true sky, where the stars don't twinkle. But the only thing she'd speak of was Earth, our home as she'd seen it from space. So fleeting, so irreplaceable. I was ashamed. I'd been enamored for so long with the sky that I never thought to look beneath my feet, at the ground upon which I stood. As soon as her rehab was over, she was gone. It happened without warning. No one informed me, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. It wasn't so strange or surprising, really. I simply assumed she was off to complete her next mission, because she was loyal to the end. Since then, I've devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, so that no one will ever have to make her sacrifice again. No human being should be asked to take on a mission that dangerous. Next time, I'll be the light that shines on someone else. I still wonder why she opened up to me on that chilly night in Florida. That operation was top secret, even if it was all in the past. I like to think it was because she trusted me, but that's probably not the case. She wanted someone to listen, and I don't think that someone was me. Those faraway eyes, the tone of her voice, like she was talking to her own child. Those things made it clear that she was speaking to someone else.
Was it
I
Big
found
Boss?
myself envying that someone. 4 years later, I learned of her death. A traitor's death, no less.
She'd stolen an American nuke and defected to the Soviet Union, where she was killed by her former apprentice. Or so I was told. I refused to believe it. She'd never do such a thing. I could think of only two possibilities. Either she really was trying to bring East and West together, or she truly did want to be killed. She believed the world is not the way it's supposed to be, that it's been unbalanced by the tenuous peace offered of nuclear deterrence, and that she was to blame. Perhaps her death was an act of atonement. She was loyal to the end, to our world. And I lost the light of my life. I now find myself victim to an incredibly irrational emotion of my own. That someone, the one she wanted to confess her sin to, could it be the one who took her life? The very thought drives me utterly mad with jealousy. One day, I will discover the truth.
Oh, I didn't expect that. Okay, so following up on that last part, it does go back to some of the stuff that I already said. It seems like they were close, but not intimate. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like I said earlier during, was it a chance meeting? Or was it even one of the other tapes where the way she said that they were one, that could be interpreted in a couple of different ways. And I said, is she being poetic, or does she mean they were actually a thing, right? I don't know, but it sounds to me more like they weren't necessarily intimate, but Strangelove clearly loves the boss. But it does go back to the thing I mentioned before, where it is like an obsession. I do want to be empathetic and kind of understand, like, it does suck to, whether it's a breakup or a death or whatever. I mean, death is obviously exceptionally difficult, but it does suck to, in any way, lose someone that you love, right? Lose someone that you care a lot about. It's been 10 years though, basically. And that's the thing that I can't really get past, is 10 years. I mean, they were separated even before that happened, right? Because it was, 4 years later, right? I learned, well, so was that in 1960? I might be messing up that timeline or how she said it. Was it that she learned 4 years after that point, or she learned about it as it happened, right? Meaning she learned about it in 1964 when it happened, or maybe it was a little bit later. But the point is, it's still been a while. It's been many years since the boss was killed. The boss died. And Strangelove is still so obsessed that she's like trying to, make this, well, I mean, she kind of did make this AI pod based on her, kind of brought her back, right? This, at least this facsimile of her. And I can't get past that. The other thing that stood out to me was the Bay of Pigs. I would have to go back and listen to the ending monologue of Metal Gear Solid 3 again, but I thought the boss herself told us that she was in the Bay of Pigs. Maybe I'm misremembering something. So was she just lying and using the cover story, the official cover story that was in the records? Or is it a retcon? Retcons happen. A lot of people like to talk about how genius Kojima is, and he's done a lot of great things, but he also retcons things. He's just a person, right? He's just a human, despite the fact that Kojima is God, and we know that. he's just a person, right? He makes mistakes, or he decides, well, I don't actually like the way that I did that before, so let's change it around a little bit. That goes back to the Big Boss was in his late 50s when they made his copies. We're vintage material, brother. You know, it goes back to that, whatever the exact quote is. Like, after Metal Gear Solid 3 and this game made Big Boss younger, that no longer works, but it's just, does it really change much? Not really. And again, we could just say that Liquid had bad information, because he was also misinformed about the inferior versus superior twins. But I mean, the Bay of Pigs thing really stood out, because I could swear the boss herself said that she was there and she felt abandoned by the country, right? That they basically set her up and left her there, and that whole clusterfuck. So I'm not sure. That's interesting. But I can appreciate what's being done here. Like, oh yeah, that's where she was when she was in this, second coma, basically, or I don't know if it was formally considered a coma. He's not a human, that is certain. I mean, according to the Cecile tape that I listened to yesterday, Kojima is God. This is going to be interesting, and I think we heard part of this, Operation Snake Eater Simulation. I think we heard part of this in one of the story scenes, where she was trying to basically simulate the end of that mission to figure out how the boss was acting and what motivated her. So this could be interesting. Let's go. I'm going to turn the camera off for just a moment.
Enter simulation date. August 24th. Location. Selinoyarsk, USSR. Mission. Support a covert agent whose objective is the rescue of a nuclear weapons scientist. Who is the agent? Your student. Your most beloved. Acknowledged. Define current mission progress. With your help, the agent has successfully made contact with the target. All that's left is to wait for recovery. Now, deduce the best course of action. I take the scientist away from the agent. What for? As a gift when I defect. Why are you defecting? To reform my special forces unit with my former comrades in arms. No, I don't want to know your objective. I'm asking for the reason. Why are you betraying your country? I do not defect in order to betray America. Betrayal is merely the outcome of that defection. Response time is always slower here. Perhaps she lacks confidence in her judgment. You're a hero in the West. Why should the Soviets trust you? In addition to the scientist, I provide them with a portable nuclear warhead in order to win the favor of a Russian GRU officer. And then you launched it. Launched? The nuke? Me? That's right. At a target inside Soviet territory. Nuclear weapons make my blood run cold. They blot out the future. How could I? Karma. Is it my karma? The karma my mistake has brought upon us? My... Attention. Discontinue forward reasoning. Cross-check with knowledge base. Affirmative. Cross-check complete. Revising conclusion as follows. I steal the new weapons developed by the scientist and then launch the nuke at the Weapons Design Bureau. Forward and backward reasoning are in conflict. Attention. Return to forward reasoning. Affirmative. Your apprentice returns for the scientist. I send him away. He doesn't give up. I send my comrades to defeat him. All of them fail. Even the GRU officer who oversaw your defection is defeated by your apprentice, along with the new weapon. Now, what is your course of action? I fight him. Why? With your GRU patron dead, there's no reason for you to fight. Why not just run away? I must fight him. I do not see the reason. With a soldier of your caliber on his side, how could the GRU officer be defeated to begin with? Did you betray him too? I've been waiting for a long time. You could switch allegiance from GRU to KGB and take the remaining nuke as a gift. There's no chance they wouldn't welcome a hero of your stature. Drift away. My place is with them now. I didn't ask you that. Give me the basis for your reasoning. Tell me the truth. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. Why won't you answer me? It's like you were just waiting for him to kill you. I was disloyal. Betrayed my country. I deserve to die. How can you say that? You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person. Kill me. Kill me now. Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning. One must die, and one must live. Stop it, damn you! Discontinue! Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? Shut down! Always in the same place. Her reasoning goes haywire. Someone holds the key. Perhaps it's him. And I'll get it out of him. One way or another.
She turned into early being. I do like that. Again, the whole obsession thing aside, I'm not going to obsess over that myself much more. But that whole obsession thing aside, like, all right, let her go. It's done. Why are you still obsessing over this? How many years later, right? That aside, it was interesting how she was trying to use this AI model to understand what actually happened there. I do like that approach. But I think the idea, right, is that the model she used doesn't know everything that actually happened. So it's a disconnect there where it's unable to complete the reason. It made it really far, but it's unable to complete the reasoning because it doesn't have all the information, despite the massive amount of data she probably used to compile that model. I don't know. It's interesting to see how it just kind of went off the rails there and started saying random stuff. Random stuff that we heard, though. So it's such a good facsimile of the boss that it, even though she didn't actually have the Snake Eater, you know, dialogue or whatever, like she didn't actually have that information per se, it still accurately went through so much of it and even started coming up with some of those quotes from the end of the game. Boss's final mission. So this might be just a replay of the thing from the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, but it's actually very good. One of my favorite moments of that game. So let's see. And then messages from Eva. It's gonna be. We're still not done. Like I remember this one from yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, I know we got a lot. Get your strap-ons on. I mean, strap yourselves in.
She told me everything. Why did she open her heart
Yeah,
to me like that?
it's the quote. It's the
time,
monologue thing from the end.
I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake. She wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words,
That's also the same
I'm
music,
supposed
isn't
to
it?
kill you. But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other, and not because you saved my life, but because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to live. Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No, far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice, because that was her duty. The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the U.S. government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgan inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgan's trust. Finding out where the philosopher's legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgan fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the U.S. government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever. This, they concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. And she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death, at your hands, was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America, as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia, as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe.
But she was a true patriot.
She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end. But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on in your memory, not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself. And that's why she told me. Snake, history. We'll never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Hey, don't make me sad again, game. It's such a good ending. I think this was very carefully planned. The end? You mean that sniper? I think this was very carefully planned because I assume... I'm a little confused where this tape comes from, because what we saw was a self-destructing tape at the end of 3. I would assume that would render it unlistenable, but here we are listening to it. And now we have new things from Eva, right? So I'm very interested to see where that goes. And it's probably, again, very intentionally planned. Like, hey, get this thing from 3 back into your head because now you got new stuff, right? Because that was just literally the ending. The music was the same from 3, sort of. That is the music that played from 3 while she was talking about it, but then it went into the main theme and everything as he was doing the salute and all in the original version, where this one just kept that same piece of music throughout the whole thing instead of changing. But it was still that was very cool hearing that again. Such a great moment. The ending of that game is wild. Also, I do like that. That is Skull Colonel. Love it. I forgot to comment on that earlier. Simulation. He's got the Colonel, GW Colonel from Metal Gear Solid 2 when he turns into a skull momentarily. Love it. All right, what's
Hello,
new?
Snake. It's been a while, hasn't
About a
it?
decade, right?
I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace.
They pulled a Stalin.
That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at
Sure,
the
why
same
not?
time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959. So you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn.
All right, getting some interesting stuff here. I feel like there's something I was going to bring up, but I lost it. So it's like there's a lot of stuff to take in there, and by the end of it, you're like, man, I think I forgot like something in the beginning I was going to comment on. I will just bring up one thing though. Just a reminder, this was a fucking PSP game. How much content do you want in your PSP game? Yes.
The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others, by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA,
What if it's
restoring
Ocelot?
confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said.
He'd
"I
be
don't care
a
what
bit
you do with
young.
the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth.
Sad.
The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, One of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1.
So we got the other mole and
When
her.
she saw the truth for the first time.
They've been feeding fake info. I agree, Mateus. Poor doggos. It's tough. Dogs, chimps, whatever. It's kind of fucked up. I understand the rationale, but it's kind of fucked. Like, they didn't do anything. They don't deserve that, you know. But I understand the rationale of testing on a living being to see if they can survive. That I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. Because I don't know where we'd be now if we didn't do that back then. I don't know how much more slowly the technology would have advanced. But those dogs, those chimps, I mean, they didn't deserve that. You know, they didn't do anything to deserve that. You know, you can call them heroes and stuff all you want. You can talk about how much benefit they provided, but they don't know, they're not aware of that, right? All they know is you stuck them in a rocket and they probably freaked out the whole time, because it's not like, it wasn't just a casual ride up to space, you know. They probably freaked out and they're stuck up there dying. Like, it's pretty messed up. Or they come crashing back down or whatever. They don't have any control or awareness of that situation. I don't know. Yeah, so they got a mole in. What if it was Ocelot? But he'd be pretty young, right? He was born in, 44? So he was 20 for Snake Eater. He'd be a bit young going in at like 15, 16 as a mole. I don't know. I mean, it is Metal Gear Solid, where Sonny's writing weird viruses and stuff. But seems a bit young. But my current thought, and this is a little bit based on something we heard already. But that was back with the Manhattan Project, with the Russians planting misinformation on von Neumann. I wonder if they found out the mole and they were sending back intentional misinformation under the guise of the mole. Like, hey, look at all this info I'm getting, right? Here, take it, have fun. But they're actually way ahead. Because that's the idea, like, the information's been coming back up to this point where we're at is like, yo, this is, dogs, whatever, but we can't send humans up, right? And then the boss goes there and it's like, oh, actually they can. They're way ahead of us, right? That's going to be it. We'll see.
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies.
So he was compromised from the beginning.
What shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets.
Nerds.
And contrary to what the Sleeper had been reporting,
I mean,
the
nodes.
Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It
With
was
a parachute.
the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow
Just to make him
would
feel
come up
good.
with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage.
Of course the CIA would
The
do
boss
that.
was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief. The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space.
I do like that name. That's an
Now came a
adorable
whole
name.
battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High G tests, zero G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him.
Oh.
But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead.
She's already been irradiated anyway.
Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the U.S. received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961.
Go, quick, launch before anything can happen. Before they beat us to it. So this is interesting because we just heard all this from Strangelove, but this is a different perspective, right? This is Eva's 10-year, a recollection of what the boss told her 10 years ago, right? We established in session 1 that she's like, hey, it's been a while. It's been a decade, right? So she's just recalling what she was told 10 years ago. It seems like a very perfect recall, which is, whatever. Unless she recorded a lot of this back then and that 10-year part was just newly added. Maybe that's what happened. But it's interesting hearing a lot of this does, I'm not saying I thought Strangelove was lying in her memory things, but it just corroborates what Strangelove says. It just further deepens the story, right?
America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible.
So the Soviets could see it.
Able to see the Earth in daylight.
Oh no, that
window,
makes sense.
At least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule.
Actually, you go west for them.
Less than 80%
I'm stupid.
of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice.
Except we're in Florida. Never mind.
The boss, for her
It's
part,
distraction.
never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip. The American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance.
And they didn't test enough.
The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward.
Yeah, it was, for some reason, actually, I'm trying to remember what a map looks like. That seems stupid, but no, I think if I remember right, in US maps, they typically put North America, South America on the left, and then on the right, they put Europe and Asia and everything. And so I instinctively think, oh, go east to reach there. But no, I mean, if you're in the US, going west is generally going to be the fastest way to reach Russia. Maybe if you're in like Florida, I don't know, New York or something, it might be a little different because you have to cross the entire US. But that's why I said east, and I was like, wait a minute, no. But I didn't think about the sun and everything being part of it. Getting that daylight, I didn't think at all about that, and I was just like, oh, what? So they can detect it, so we can flex on them? Nah, I understand now. He said testing stuff, please. It's 60s. Well, no, the Rod Serling thing happened in like the 40s or 50s, where he was testing those ejection seats. All right, 2 more, and it will unlock 17 more tapes.
The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months.
So this is confirmed a second coma.
Was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely.
Yeah, y'all got flexed on.
Couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh?
Pulled a Stalin.
Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero."
Wow.
3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent.
So something that's been on my mind for a bit is, when did this happen? We know that the boss takes Eva and she's like, "Leave everything to me." And that's when we're led to believe that the boss gave this confession, this, "Hey, here's my actual mission. I can't tell him myself. I can't tell Jack, but I want him to know, so maybe you can tell him." I don't know, whatever, right? But this is a lot of information. Like, how does Eva, did the boss literally say all of this stuff to Eva? Did she give Eva enough breadcrumbs that Eva was able to piece together everything? Because this is a lot of information when all this ish was going on with the Shagohod. Because that's when that happens, right? That's right before you fight Volgin, when they leave, isn't it? And she's like, "Leave everything to me." They're gone. And then you fight Volgin. It's like a 20-minute timer. Isn't it 20 minutes on the C4? C3, excuse me. And then after you fight Volgin, Eva's there and it's Shagohod time, right? When the hell did the boss have enough time for this much information? Or is it the other option that it's like, here's the breadcrumbs, even though it's all been wiped from history, here's the breadcrumbs, here's enough info to get you through all of that. The other thing, I just keep saying, pull to Stalin. If you don't know Joseph Stalin, he would remove people, remove people, he would delete people, both literally and figuratively. Despite the technology at the time, you can go look up, there's like photos, there's a really popular, famous one of him standing with, I think, 2 or 3 people, and then the other version of the image, one of them has just been completely removed from the image. And that was a real thing that happened even back then. Obviously, they didn't have like Photoshop and stuff, but I don't know how they actually went about doing the editing of that. Maybe just compositing two different images. Maybe they took a second image of the same location and superimposed over that to erase somebody. I don't know how they did it, but it's a real thing that happened. That's why I keep saying they pulled a stall in there. Old school image editing, right? All right, last one. Let's go.
And who should she find awaiting her return to
And then
Russia?
17 more.
The one who'd turned her sleeper against her. Who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms. The father of her child.
Okay.
The man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper.
I misread the subtitle. I was like, her child? What?
The
Ocelot?
Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers. Forced to fight.
But we do know that this happened. We were told about it in 3.
And one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her.
British SAS.
Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon. But the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you. For so long.
Right. Okay.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but It's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. Little Bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss.
Oh my God, stop with the boss thing.
But I can't.
I do like the whole thing we just got. It's good, but stop with the boss. Jeez. Something there really clicked. That was the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Remember at the start of Metal Gear Solid 3, it's been X years, blah 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 days and hours and minutes and stuff, and it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you need to calm down. But that really put that into perspective there, because I kind of forgot about that moment of he was asking her in game, hey, where have you been? You disappeared on me. That entire thing was the explanation for it. A very, very big explanation, but one nonetheless. All right, now it is time to, we'll do pupa.
Careful, Snake.
Now it is time, 3 hours and 20 minutes into this stream, to actually play something. Yeah, that was a big old beefy boy. I knew it was gonna, I didn't think it was gonna take that long, but those tapes, the Strangelove stuff took a long time because I went on that whole thing about AI, and you know, I'm very passionate about that topic, and you know, I have a lot of knowledge on that topic, so it got me on a bit of a tangent for a bit, and that took a while. That was, the Strangelove ones were the most interesting ones. The AI specific ones were the most interesting ones in the game for me, and that's why it took so long to get through those. And then everything else, boy, I think that was 40 minutes for the EVA session tapes there. Oh, my sound is jacked up from the speakers. The capture card, if you play the sound back, oh, I should get the rations out. With the capture card, if you play the sound back through the speakers, it tends to, stop that. It tends to get really bad. Oh, god damn it. It tends to get really bad audio delay. When I get into more serious stuff, actual, you know, other gameplay, like new missions or whatever, I'll put the headphones on and there's no delay there. So it won't be an issue. You know what? Off. Oh my god. I forgot about that move. Look at that Dark Souls roll. Ow.
Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack. Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
Let's pop these. It's funny too, because I feel like I'm making the fight harder than it needs to be, just by going for specific parts. No, you don't. And I'm not even saying it's really difficult, to be honest. Alright, hopefully I'm fine. Alright, let's get a supply drop. I want some more Gustav.
High voltage incoming.
Oh no! Oh no, I didn't interrupt. I was... God damn it. Hate when that happens. Ah! Stop moving! I hate when you're trying to stand up or roll and it does the opposite of what you want. That happens all the time with me on here. Can I walk up this? No. Alright, PKM. Alright, Gustav it is. Let's go. No, no S. Go for the gun. Oh, well, we hit it anyway. Wait, what? Alright, this should get us the rest of the way, hopefully. Don't do that! Okay. You're not blocking it. I don't really feel like going after those stupid things. I hate shooting them. Alright, well, if it's going away, then I will shoot them.
Some warning signs when it's coming out.
Now, can you not hit me? It's rude. It's very rude, isn't it? Can you stop that Street Fighter leg sweep bullshit? I think we are back. I've been doing this because you can't pause the game for some ungodly reason. Oh no, I'm just gonna miss it, aren't I? Oh, did I get it? Oh my goodness. I'm a baller. I'm a baller. I wish I could figure out why this capture card's causing OBS to freeze. For some ungodly reason, you can't pause the game. I get the co-op side of things, but I'm not playing co-op. You can't even turn off the stream. Said some strong technology, those Metal Gears can even turn off the stream. Yeah, I wish I knew why that was happening. Never happened with any other game, but I don't think it's the game that's doing it. And I think it's something with the capture card. Could be the version of OBS with the capture card. Maybe I need to look for new drivers. I did all that while, like, OBS is a bitch when it freezes like that to restart. Like, you click to kill it, and the whole screen kind of turns white, and it's doing the not responding thing, but you keep clicking cancel, and it won't pop up, like, the thing to force kill it. You just gotta keep waiting. No, no more Strangelove. No more cassette.
Snake.
Let's see. I can't believe I got every AI component from that. That was rough. So I'm sitting here literally fighting with OBS while I'm trying to get all those components and stuff. It's brutal. It's weird that I haven't saved and I've been doing this for over 3 hours. I lost the full time of the stream now because that stupid freeze. I thought we were good because it didn't happen after all that time. And then it happens when I'm playing. Oh my god. Oh, we built another unit, whatever. Alrighty. Mission selector. I don't think we need to go anywhere special. What's up, Cecile? I don't think we need to go anywhere special to see the Strangelove cassette, because it's not a briefing thing with her. It's a data file. Wait, what? Maybe we do. Exactly what I was saying. Like, yay, more. We'll check.
Zadornov's disappeared.
I know. We'll check the newest mission and check the files, the stuff from here. Strangelove, nothing. Data files. No, it just says I unlocked something, but there's nothing that I see. Alright, whatever. Don't care anymore. Let's go fight the pupa again.
Careful, Snake.
Hot Coldman. Can't get over it. He bothered me. His character bothered me a bit. He got real, like...
That's an AI weapon. The pupa.
It's common stuff. I'm trying to remember exactly how he did it, but when he thought he was gonna lose, he was like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. You know, he really switched gears real quick when that happened.
Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
I am. Oh, damn. That bitch was right on top of me. I can't shoot. There we go. I don't care about locking on. Ah, thought I had it. If we just go for that, we get this thing done real quick. Oh, that was a miss. No, it wasn't a miss. Good.
Climb into the AI pod.
No, we speed run this dude.
Should be able to get in the
Speed running. I should do that on the Chrysalis. Get another railgun and stuff. Maybe one day I'll fight the Cocoon again, but not doing that now.
AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons.
Kind of surprised we're getting any boards, because we didn't really blow anything up.
You can unlock
I mean, maybe there's
boards
some
by
collateral
destroying the
damage,
physical
but
components that they control. Any boards you remove can be
surprised.
used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Alright, and we good? We are good. I want these. Snake, leave those RTXs. I need a new RTX. This 3090 doesn't cut it. It's too weak. I need a 4090 so it can blow up my computer. The way they fly away is so bizarre.
That was an unmanned weapon. There's no need for a human
The doctor's safe. Oh, I hear that S rank. Again, Strangelove's cassette tape number 3. That's what it told me a moment ago, was number 3. Same thing.
Snake.
Don't care. Leg and head parts. A little bit of those, okay. I can get another radome and stuff too. If I really want. Alright, anything new? Let's find out. Cougar. Oh, we got the thing. Leg parts. I'm not seeing anything. That'd be really weird if it was specifically on Pupa, though. I didn't think we got these Strangelove things until recently. I might be wrong. I'm curious. I thought I just had to replay things to get new stuff to happen. Can I multi-select? Hold on. Select X. So much better. Alright, we're level 51. Put them all in the waiting room. Now, auto assign. See if we got any new ranks. Nah, still 51. That's okay. I think we did have some new stuff that I might... Oh, no, they're actually already in progress. Alrighty, then let's just save anyway. Because I did something. Let's take a look at extra ops. Pupa type 2. I want to do that. It's a 4-skull mission. I don't like the sound of that.
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Hopefully I could stomp its ass.
The pupa increases its mobility by using compressed air to hover its rear section. It moves by means of its treads and boosters. Those boosters also provide the propulsion needed for high-speed movement.
So if I take out the boosters, it won't be able to charge.
Right. I suppose you could also avoid its attacks by lying down beneath it.
I thought you
The
could do
pupa is
that.
also equipped with electrical shock units. It uses these devices, they look like lightning rods, to direct discharge.
Guess I should pull the plug on those too.
Good idea. What else? Well, as with all AI machines, you can incapacitate the entire unit by taking out the AI itself. If you can get the hatch open and climb inside, you can pull out the memory boards. Lights out AI. We may be able to use those boards for ourselves. If you can, try and get inside the AI pod and have a crack at it. You won't be able to do that until you've damaged it enough to stop it from moving first.
Got it. Usual tactics first, then.
Alright, let's go. YOLO. It's the same thing. We'll watch. It might not be. If this doesn't Oh, it just came out swinging. Came out dick swinging around. Look at that. If this doesn't unlock the next thing, I will look into it. I don't want to stumble around. Oops. I don't want to stumble around like a dumbass. Trying to figure out what to do.
Neutralize the pupa AI weapon.
No, I won't do it. Can't make me. Does he have an extra? No, he always had 2 boosters on each side. It sounds different. Come on. All right. Oh, it is taking way too much damage. I don't like that. Damn. I don't know how that worked, because I tried to roll, and for some reason it was like, hey, it's okay. Not what I wanted. Lock-on's worthless when it's moving. At least when it's moving like this. If you could lead it enough? No. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Can you fucking stop that? Just die already. I want to fight this for 20 minutes. Ow. I should have laid down. I don't think I had time though. I wish it was like Dark Souls and I could iframe through it. That would be preferable. Can we not? Pooping out electric boys. Alright, PKM. Need to pop a bunch of these on one side. Alright, it's the best I'm gonna get. Oh, come on. Why? The hell? I am annoyed that it's barely taken any damage, though. This is not one I want to have to do any more than once. And I might even die. Yeah, I don't like this fight. Granted, I could be going for other things. Shit, I need that ration. I could be going for other things, like trying to stop its mobility and stuff. Can we not do boosters? We don't need boosters. Oh, don't. Look at this terrible animation. Why? Why is it so slow? That's the shit that the Peace Walker fight was doing that made me think of Monster Hunter. And why I really did not like that game. Yeah. I'm feeling like this fight's pretty much done. I mean, if I can get a couple rations real quick, or not, see. Doing less damage the further I get. That's actually an interesting feature. Yeah, kind of suspected it wouldn't work. Man. Yeah, that's it. All right. Okay.
What's going on? We still gotta look for Joy Maze together.
What? That was a weird one. Don't call him Snake. I don't like it. Let's see. Maybe this. Yeah, okay. So I guess let's go to select mission. I don't think I want to try this one again. I'm not gonna have fun with it. And that's something that's concerning to me about the remainder of what's left, because, well, I don't want to spoil things, right? All right, let's whatever, just take what we have. Shoot all the targets. No. Yes. Let's just do it. I was gonna say let's just go back to the Hush Puppy, but no. We use PKM. I just want to hit things. I don't care how accurate I am. Just want to get it over with.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
We do get time bonuses for hitting them accurately, though. What the hell? Want me to go down there? Yeah, 7 seconds. 7 seconds to the end. I don't trust there to not be one over here, so... That was a waste of time. I had to check. And before, that's the reason I fail. We still have 1 minute. Maybe I'll go for a couple more headshots. Oh. See, now we're well over a minute. I don't know why I'm reloading, because this thing has hella ammo capacity. It's an LMG. This habit. So don't go this way? Got it.
That area is not part of the mission.
Alright, but what part is? What area is? I missed something somewhere. No. Actually, I don't play Call of Duty. I got tired of them a long time ago. But unless I'm playing, must be in jeans. I like the way you did that. Unless I'm playing something like Arma, you know, SWAT, Ready or Not, something like that. I don't really. I'll just like hit reload all the time. Yeah, I cut my teeth on like Doom and Hexen and Heretic. And reloading's not a thing, you know. I mean, kind of is with the shotgun, but not really. There's one. Oh, there's one way up there. That's too late now. They were all up there all along, weren't they?
Forget it. You'll never make it in time. The mission's over.
That's a little dramatic for a target practice, don't you think? I'm still disturbed by the cardboard box incident.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Back in the day, I did play Call of Duty 2 and Modern Warfare. Those were the ones I played. And I enjoyed them, but around the time of Modern Warfare, to me, is when Call of Duty became more about multiplayer than anything else. And I was like, well, you lost me. I'll read that in a moment. Oh, I think I know what you said. I glimpsed at it. I think I know what you said. But now that I'm going for it, I'm gonna try and do decent. Yeah, I don't know how I missed those. Ich bin blind. There we go.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
I always hate when they say that because you don't know where the goal is. Here at Mother Base, we take even average shooting gallery very serious. Yeah. I thought that's what you said. I'm glad I saved a few extra ops on the easier side, so I maybe can avoid that pupa one and stuff like that. Soviet patrol base. That smirk he has is just amusing. Analyzer. Alright, nothing really new yet, so from what I see, we just keep doing more. At a point, though, I'm gonna we'll keep doing it, but it's a little bit frustrating. Not my favorite way of unlocking things. I had to think for a moment. So we're gonna go stealth.
Stealth.
Because of course. I'm gonna get rid of the surround and try this. See how it works out. Next, let's see. I think I'm good with everything. Analyzer upgraded already. I think we're good. 15 minutes, Jeebus. That's a long time. I don't think that was a typo.
Your current objective is to retrieve the prisoners.
Shoot him in the wiener. Look at that radar, it's looking sick. That's way better.
I'm seeing things.
Oh, it runs out so fast. Booty. Need to upgrade that. We have like battery upgrades and stuff too, I know.
Freeze.
Yeah, that piss walker was totally not a typo. I see you put peace on, you know, with the asterisk. I know what you meant. Oh, the analyzer got fast. I do like that.
What's that? The enemy's attacking! Going to alert status!
No, we're good.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
Are they gonna come up here? Or back here? Or neither? Oh, hello. Oh, now it's a problem. Now it's a situation.
What's that? What is it?
Now it's a situation. Yeah, it's a shame the battery's ass, because it is a nice radar. Where's our nano machines to power it? That's what we need. Where's a weird, goofy senator guy that can say nano machines, son? That would make the Metal Gear Solid series complete, wouldn't it? I still can't believe that's a thing.
Freeze.
Yeah, I doubt I'll actually play that. Just being honest, I'm not really into hack and slash type games. I played the demo back when it first released, and if anyone happens to be listening to this and has no idea what I'm talking about Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. First of all, I said I'm playing all the Metal Gear Solid games. I didn't say anything about Rising. Because it's not technically not solid, but I'm just not really into hack and slash games. I wasn't a fan of the demo when I played it. I've seen a playthrough of it as well. That game was too weird for me. Such a bizarre game, and I mean that's saying something. I forgot about that. He does a, like, I don't remember the full context, but yeah, there is something about like college football with them as well. Like it's a strange game. I forgot to pat him down, didn't I? That's okay, he dropped me something.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
My battery is terrible. Alright. Now that 15-minute limit's making sense. But a lot of the characters and stuff, when I watched my playthrough of Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, like all the characters and stuff just seemed weird to me. I was not a fan of the style. And again, I'm not a fan of that style of game in general, hack and slash stuff.
I'm seeing things.
Technically, it wasn't even supposed to be a Kojima game, though, right? Didn't he step in really late, or did they completely rework the story once he stepped in? Because I remember they kept having trouble with development, getting the mechanics right. But I thought that was before they even handed it off to Platinum and stuff. I have no idea.
Freeze.
I was about to say, you know, that guy's got to go out soon. I do want that. So we got that guy just walking that way. Where's he at? Come on, recharge.
Freeze.
Scan his butthole. I mean, that's the one thing, though. It might not be my kind of game, but people like it. People are allowed to like it, you know. I'm not someone who's like, you can't like this because I don't. It's a terrible game. I think it's a bit much for me. It goes in weird directions I'm not a fan of. Part of the problem I have, too, is I don't like Metal Gear Solid 4 Raiden. I like Metal Gear Solid 2 Raiden. And they're basically like, let's embrace Metal Gear Solid 4 Raiden. And I'm like, can we not do that? I don't like that version.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
See, Kojima Studio had problems with the cutting mechanics, so they went for a different studio. Yeah, that was the Platinum stuff. So did Platinum do their own story? Because you're saying Kojima let them do their job. Because I know Platinum did the development, but did he let them do the story? Because I know the original version of the story was supposed to be going into like Area 51 and stuff, rescuing Sonny, right? It was supposed to bridge Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4 a little bit. That's what I remember reading back in the day when it was still like in development. Aerial mine? What? Is it just hover? Is it for the little UAV dudes? Interesting. Yeah, I just remember hearing all about that, where you go to Area 51 and you're trying to rescue Sonny from the Patriots, and then everything changed over time. Oh, I hit him in the taint.
What's going on? Rise and shine.
Sounded like a bomb was about to go off or something. It's just the Soliton radar with its booty battery. Yeah, can't let him wake that dude up. We need battery technology. Where's Tesla? Okay, they did everything including story stuff. Yeah, I'm not happy with what they did to the story. It's personal taste. Opinion. 100% admit it's just personal taste. A D. A C. I'll take maybe both of them.
Freeze.
Is he gonna see them? I don't like where that's going. You know, part of the thing about this game being grindy, of course, it's because it's a PSP game, right? We'll take the C. I don't know if I'll take the D. Sometimes the D is a bit much.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Are there mines there? What am I looking at?
Next to those prisoners.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm assuming it works like it always has, and I can just crawl up to them? No, wait, no, you can't. You can't crawl in this game, I forgot. Then I'm a bit concerned about how to do this. I know about, like I mentioned it yesterday, there's a launcher, a Fulton launcher. Yeah, and that's the thing. 100%, it's not Metal Gear Solid. It is a Metal Gear game, obviously, but it's a different take on everything, basically. Someone's in that building.
Can't be imagining things.
Yeah, I'm concerned about those mines. Do you know what I need to do with those mines? I'd like to not fail this. I don't mind being told on that. Because I can't crawl. In the past, it's been, you know, crawling up there. And it looks like they're... I mean, I can try to sneak around the side, but... looks like it's going to be difficult. Not available. Radar. Well, yeah, it looks like the way they're planted is going to make it really difficult to get around the side of them. I don't want to blow the dude up. I know I didn't tap him all the way. We're running out of time. That's the other reason I'm concerned. Even if I wanted to, like, pause it, I can't, you know. Let's take him. I need that Fulton launcher thing, but I don't think it ever popped up. There's no way I could walk around the side of that. Maybe this, but I'm not feeling very confident. It's gonna, like, scare me. It's gonna blow up and startle me, isn't it? Okay, no. We're behind it, so unless the game is booty, I should be fine. Time extension.
Head for the goal.
Alright, cool. We did it. The way they showed up on the radar had me pretty worried, obviously, but it turned out to be fine. Alright, so we've done a couple new side ops. That's the thing I was reading, that I might have to do new ones to really progress. I did a couple repeats of the pupa. Let's see what else is in store. Hopefully we get a new thing now. Because, I'd like something new. Oh my god, do I really want to look at 23 of them? No. A new plant has been built. Still nothing. Are you for real? Are you for real, for real? They need to just up the amount I can take in each plant. Or in each unit. I don't want to fire people. Smoke grenade, anti-tank. Aerial mine sounds fun. Anti-tank. Smoke grenade. Lucky mine didn't spot clapping of dummy cheeks. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak past the guards, but I'm dummy thick and the clap on my ass cheeks keeps alerting them. Yeah. That's all I got in me today. The Hudson River, 2 years ago. That's a little better. Why is my watch? 250 steps left this hour. I'm not gonna get 250 steps. Although I do have to take a leak. Maybe I can take a really long route around the apartment. He's disguised himself as a mercenary. Cool. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so I don't have to be having to go to the bathroom during this next one, and we'll be right back. We'll take care of it. Alrighty, let's do Fulton recovery and see what happens. Had to scooch around some laundry as well. I didn't quite I kind of forgot that I started it, but it's also that this is running a little late. And it's like, I need to move some of that stuff around. So there's 3 already. Pop, pop, pop. Is that one right there? Pop.
Can't be imagining things.
I agree, you can't.
Free.
What a nerd. He's alright. Too lazy to pat down. He's good. A B.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh, I forgot though, he did drop something. Oh.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Penalizing me.
Can't
Oops.
be imagining things. Here he is.
No! Oh my god. I'm terrible, aren't I? It's okay. I just want to Fulton everybody. Let's take them.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
That was him?
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Yeah. That's all I wanted.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Where do I go? Where's the goal? I never know where the goal's at. There it is, okay. I don't care about time, penalties, and crap like that. I want the free labor.
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
This one's coming too? That's what he's saying every time, right? We're extracting this one? Ruinas de... I forgot how to say that one. Xochiquetzal?
Zadornov has disappeared from his cell.
Again?
What? You're kidding, right?
Afraid not. You got a new mission. Find Zadornov.
Oh, Scooby-Doo ass chase sequence. Mosin Nagant. Damn right, I'll take that. So what we have to do is start up the research. And then I'm gonna shuffle some dudes around real quick to make sure we have the best of the best. Level 54. So we're gonna waiting room. I don't care, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, trust me. Wait, how do we go to 53? How did we lose it? Whatever, just fine. Put it on hold if I fucked up. That's so stupid. How did auto-assigning put worse people on somehow? I don't like that. There's something weird that I think I'm misunderstanding with the system on here, because one time I was manually placing dudes and I swear it said the rank was gonna go up +1, but then my rank didn't. I don't understand. Because I placed like 2 or 3 people and it wasn't increasing, and then one time it's like +1. Wait, what? All. Okay, I was like, what am I looking at? Hold up all dudes. That's an interesting one. Alright, Zadornov, search mission 3.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Can we just not? Can we just give up? I don't think I want to change anything. A 3-skull mission. I hope it's as good as the last one where he's just like 6 feet in front of you and you could just be done in a couple minutes.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
We got a dude up here. Hey, nerd. Let's take the Soliton off. Let's analyze this guy. Yep, he's coming.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
All right, no one that way. According to the radar, I'm gonna trust the radar. We're booking it. It's like, hold him up, dude. It's right there. He's okay. We'll take him anyway. Might as well. Yeah, that soda is booking it.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
All right, other side of the tree. Fine.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Should be the screen transition. Easy enough. I might go to that ravine on the right if I need to. Because that should be a dead end. So it'll be worth checking before I have to circle back. Definitely taking him. Oh, of course they're all intel guys, because they're like scouts. That makes sense. But they could have been AMD guys. They didn't have to all be intel. Oh, wait, that's not what we meant. He's like right there? Except I'm not seeing him. I think I'm around his vision. He might be down below. There he is, yeah. Dude, why are they all so good? This guy's blind.
Where the hell did Zadornov go this time? I'm sick of him and his walks.
They got that genome soldier vision. Dude, these guys are so good. Give me these, but R&D. Let me get rid of some of the crappy R&D people.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Alright, so this is the ravine. So let's pop in here real quick. This is where I fought that chopper. And I think it's going to be a dead end. Actually, no, it's not. They both lead to the... Okay, yeah, we do want to take this way. I forgot. There is an alternate route out of here. So yeah, this is the optimal route. Had to think about words. I don't know who you are, but you're coming with me. What do you do? Hello. Help me increase my R&D. Alright, I don't have battery at the moment, so I don't want to be too gung-ho. Alright, nothing has shown up, but I do want to double check, because the prisoner doesn't show up on the Soliton, right? So Zadornov might not show up either. Doorknob. So I just wanted to do that extra pass through here to make sure I don't see him anywhere. Alright, on to the next screen.
So many places to hide. Search
I got it. I'm looking, bro. Calm down. You can't hide from me. We're literally just going through the whole game looking for this man. We're gonna have to go through the base. Gonna have to go through the mine village or whatever. Alright, so we got 2 guys here. Mr. Ghillie Suit. I don't need to sneak this slowly, but I'm trying to make sure the other guy doesn't spot me. I can't see his vision cone right now. Still have 5 of these, so we're safe to do it. I didn't see any other dude here on the map. But I do think this would be a good place to put Zadornov. Dude, Intel team about to be bumping.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Well, it wore down before I could get over here, so I do need to be a little bit careful to make sure there wasn't another guy that just hadn't popped up yet. So I think we want to go this way. Okay, we're good. Start booking it. Really, that fast? I'm starting to think he's not on this screen either. Oh, he could be right here.
Getting out of the way spots. I have a sneaking suspicion Zadornov's around there.
See, I don't know if you're meaning he's actually on this screen or if that's just canned dialogue. So we'll do another sweep. I mean, I wanted to do one anyway. But we'll do another sweep now that I know it's safe from enemies. Down here. Also, this man is KGB. He should be pretty dangerous, right? But he hasn't really done much yet. Yeah, whatever. I don't see him. Let's keep going. Until the game tells me I can't keep going, I'm going to assume... Yeah, so there's like this screen and the next screen. So still 2 more to check. And then we're at the lab. Like I said, we're having to go through like the whole game. Between these 3 find him missions. It's been a lot of the game. A D? Nah. I ain't got room for you. No room for a D in me right now.
Thoroughly search every possible hiding spot. We're dealing with a real escape artist here.
Is somebody there? Huh, no.
Hey.
He's here!
No, he's not. You son of a fuck.
It's the enemy! Send reinforcements!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Oh, the radar doesn't work, of course. Get knocked out. Hey, I said get knocked out. Oh, what? I didn't know they could do that. Ration. Alright, we're good now. Alrighty. He sucks. He's good. I need to save. I should have checked all of them. I need to save because what if there's also a prisoner somewhere?
Free. Free.
Not what I intended, but it works.
Free.
They wake up too fast. For my taste.
Free.
Yeah, I really should have analyzed all of them and made sure I got the best. You back here? Nope.
Freeze.
Alright, I think we're safe on this screen now. Can't believe I got spotted.
Thoroughly search every possible hiding spot. We're dealing with a real escape artist here.
We need to check back this way because I didn't take this route before. We went in through there, but that means all this over here is unchecked. And he could be doing whatever. Battery, hell yeah. Alright, well, I don't see him. So on to the very last screen that we can go to. We see the exclamation mark thing on the before the AI laboratory, so we know we're at the last possible place.
Guess not.
Just want to make sure. A little bit cautious there.
Freeze.
Yeah, in general, I would rather go for a POW than a regular soldier, because the POWs tend to be pretty decent. I was trying to hit him in the wiener.
Guess not.
What's that bluish color that was... Yeah, it's just lighting. Okay. ESP lighting. Yo, I'm hungry. Let's catch doorknob. I don't really want to eat though. I want to do cardio.
Freeze.
The reason that's linked is because I don't want to eat a bunch and then do cardio. I want to do it the other way around.
Guess not.
I think we got a guy coming this way. Like, I think he'll show up where I can pop him. Yeah. Alright, this guy should be falling out in a moment.
Guess not.
There he goes. No doorknob. Oh, here he is.
Freeze. Damn.
Okay. How are you? Are you good? You're not. I don't feel like looking for anyone else. Lazy. But if I have to go get a goal... Oh, there it is.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
A B in combat. He's pretty good. You're pretty good. I was Just gonna say there might still be a prisoner, totally. That's why I waited. See, I'm the best, man.
All right.
I did it.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Alrighty. Doorknob secured. Again. This is such a troll, isn't it? Go find this guy, he got out. Hey, go find this guy, he got out again. Hey, go find this guy, he got out again. That alert was bad, though. So we ranked up our skill with the Hush Puppy again. Box bomb design. I like it.
Found our friend, Kaz.
Kaz?
And I was so close. Great. Good work, Snake.
Since when does anyone call him Kaz instead of Cause? I'm not looking through 24 of those, come on. Alright, first things first. I don't know, I don't think we got any of these dudes, but we're gonna shift some of them to the waiting room real quick. I don't care, it's fine. Intel team, they are also maxed out. And we just got a bunch of good intel guys. So Intel team 40, I should have looked before I did it, it's too late. Great Curry. R&D is 53. Intel's 50. It's missing 2 people, that's interesting. Whatever though. Waffen? Weapon? Uzi. UZ. Great Curry. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and save. A little bit too lazy to do the outer ops at this point. I don't feel like grinding more vehicles and stuff. Alright, so let me just try to confirm. It's the same, it's probably the same thing, but I'm just trying to confirm. Okay, it says something much simpler than last time, which I really hope is the case. It says you can replay any 2, even ones you've already done. It says extra ops, so let's do exactly what it says. Let's replay some extra ops. Damn, that was tough. I didn't think we were gonna finish. Thought I was gonna have to end the stream before I could beat that one. What if it gave me a shit ton of heroism? You finished that in 1 second. That's why you were the best, boss. The thing is, it just said replay extra ops. I'm technically replaying extra ops. Right? Just because these don't have a time limit and I can just immediately walk out.
Just the place where little
doesn't mean I'm not replaying them. That's the win condition for these, is to leave, right? We'll see if that actually works. Otherwise, I'll go redo like some easy one.
Training exercise complete.
Me trying to take the path of least resistance through the grindiness of Chapter 5. Not seeing anything. Okay, then we'll actually play one that has gameplay. Let's do the easiest Fulton recovery.
The boss is...
Oh wait, I don't want to do that. MSF only. I'm trying to think, like, what's a really easy one? I'm not dating pause again. Hell no. Hell no. To the no. I will do this one.
Here's a rundown of your...
I want to skip.
Neutralize all the soldiers without killing them, and then use the Fulton recovery system.
Fulton's for nerds. I would never Fulton people. All right, we're done, right? They ain't gonna do ish.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I don't want your item. I want your item. Because it's just right where I gotta go anyway.
Helicopter is complete.
And I think the goal is it there? Or here?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Head for the recovery zone.
S rank? Better be S. That's speed run. That's world record right there. I bet you could look up every YouTube video, no one's ever done it that well. See, I told you it was an S rank. I was gonna do another one real quick and then we'll be good. So we'll do this one. It's a prisoner, so these are usually pretty easy. It just said do 2. I just don't think the target practice one worked, obviously. So we're just trying 2 that are more substantial.
Your current objective is to retrieve the researchers.
Enemy attack! We're being shot at! Going to alert status!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
No reinforcements. Those are bad. I hear steps.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
He's here! We're under attack!
I don't care. It's fine. I just want to be done.
Enemy sighted, preparing to attack.
Wait, where is it?
Eliminate all hostiles.
Oh, there it is. Alright, let's go. Because of the alert.
Sight till they've called off the alert.
Oh, man. Let's go. Damn, that was good. Everything popped.
You did it. Keep it up.
Whee! I got a message earlier. Oh, no. Seeing if it was anything interesting. Still, nothing seems to be happening. Did they lie to me? Maybe they did. Maybe they did lie to me. Not available. Mosin Nagant's still busted. Yeah, it's still 53. Well, let's just go do another thing, I guess. Let's go do a new one. I don't know. That's new. Let's do it.
Let's get this mission started.
13 minutes before prisoners removed, or moved. Permanently removed. Please be easy. It's 3 skulls, but please be easy. I don't want to actually put effort.
Your current objective is to retrieve the researchers.
I want to do the next story mission.
Free.
Made his butthole pucker. Go.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Let's get over this way. It's like feathering the radar so I can keep battery up.
Free.
Gotcha, bitch. Scanning his butthole. Oh, hell yeah. Wish it was a better one, but I'll take what I can get.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Screen? Yep, new screen. Love it. It looks like it could go potentially pretty far from here into those buildings and stuff. So up to 2 more screens, because I see another exclamation mark at the top. Damn it.
Wait.
No.
Somebody there?
Both of y'all. He sucks, don't care. He sucks too. The solution radar. Alright, so we can't go that way. There's a document though. PM design specs. All right, let's go. Let's book it. I need infinite soliton radar. That's what I really need. I'm not joking. I would like that a lot. He's not very good. I should look at the requirements for the upgrade of it. It's probably ridiculous. I'm probably not going to get it because I probably have to grind a bunch. Should be safe to run most of the way up here. Alright, what do we have? Got a guy in here. Ooh, that was close. It kept kind of... It had a hard time making up its mind. I'll take him.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I'm also looking up top because it might not show him on the radar. I know I've seen dudes up on those walkways before when we were here. Alright, looks like we're safe. Is this the last screen? Yeah, so he's got to be in here, right? Unless I just missed him, but I would never miss somebody. Too good for that. Uh-huh. Got you. Nah, he's not all that good. Now, without my crutch, I don't know where this other guy was at. Was he on this floor? Was he upstairs? Ooh. I hear that prisoner. Hi. Get the solution radar out, get the prisoner. Let's go. Where's the goal?
You're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Where? I hate this part. Just point it, give me like a HUD marker or something. Is it upstairs? Usually it's on the same screen. Is that a dude? There is a dude, okay. Like, I can't even tell if there's a dude up here. Alright, let's let him, you know, do his next thing. Start moving in a direction, and I can go hold him up. Let me see that butthole. Oh, hell yeah. Fulton Recovery Veteran. Over here? Hell yeah. We did it. Another world record. I don't even have to see the time. I just know that's how good I am. Ignore that that's not an S rank. That's still a world record. Stealth Master rank C for over 25 missions without being spotted. Nice. Bunch of heroism. Please, something new. Please. And we'll go back to Mother Base. I'll mess with some dudes real quick. Scoot some dudes around and stuff. Capybara, no! Alright, so we're gonna go down. Let's see. We're gonna. What are we at? 53. I'm way too lazy to actually do this manually. Alright, no, we're getting new stuff now. Good. So we made it to 55, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Like, that's not only enough to do the Mosin Nagant again, but it's enough to get us new stuff. That I won't be using for the most part. I can't quite afford that. Alright, save. Lock in that progress. And still no sign of a new mission. So let's do another new extra op. Let's pick the next one. Target demolition. C4. 13 minutes. 25 targets, hell no. Oh, actually that might be... Is that gonna be one where you have a turret or something? I don't know.
Let's get this mission.
Because last time I saw something like that, I was freaking out, like, that's a lot, what? And then it just gave me a turret and I just squeezed on him. I think I have C4 on me. I forgot. It's been on me for like half the game or more. For some reason I thought...
enemy supplies with your C4.
Yeah. For some reason I thought that was literally right in front of me.
Freeze.
Hi, you're coming with me. Oh, I thought I got him in the tank. He turned like right as I did it. Are you good? You're not. Alright, get that solution radar. Dude, why is it drained so fast? I hate it. It's such a good... I understand their reasoning is literally what I was about to say. It's such a good item. So they don't want us to be able to use as much. They want us to rely more on like gameplay mechanics and stuff. But dude, I want to use it. They made it so hard to unlock. In terms, you have to wait until chapter 5 to even get it. So it'd be cool if we just have more freedom with it. No! Oh, the guy in the tower got me, didn't he? Yeah. I got complacent. I forgot to check the tower this time. Because I got him last time. Alright, we got... Oops. We got dudes coming up this way. Presumably. Wait, no? Are they far enough away that they didn't get up? What's that about? Yeah, me getting really complacent here, just trying to bum rush through this. Now, I don't know where the goal's gonna be. That's the problem, right? You never know where the stupid goal's at. Bop.
Get over to the goal.
But tell me where it is, bro. Put it on the Soliton or something. I'm gonna just maybe assume it's this... Oh, hello. Maybe assume it's this way. Claymore. Never seen one of those. What's that? There are Claymore mines in the area. What? Stealth-equipped Claymore mines. There we are. Let's go. Boom. Perfect mission. No alerts, nothing. I don't feel like we see him very much on the loading screen, do we? How the hell do you rake up C4? Do you just go around blowing everybody up with it? Plant C4 behind someone and just bop them with it? Because you barely get any experience for it. Maybe do a vehicle mission, like one of the capture missions or whatever, like tanks and stuff. Maybe do one of those with C4. There we go.
Don't tell me. Zadornov.
Doorknob.
The guard left his post and the dude was gone when he got back.
Sounds like the guard needs a guard.
He was off with the girls. Haas invited him to try some of their cooking. He says he loved every second of it.
Is that jealousy, cuz?
Anyway, there's a new mission waiting for you. Find Zadornov, Snake.
Okay,
No,
okay.
they're not making this up. We gotta find him again. Find Doorknob. Part 4. Skip. Skip. We're gonna do 2 things here now. We're gonna go to the intel team. Actually, we'll leave R&D, but we're gonna go... Why are you jacked up? You still hurt? What's your deal? We're gonna get a few of these, she's not good at anything. What's going on? Hold on. Oh, she's sick. That's why. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. I mean, I do, but she'll get better. Prairie dog. Prairie dogging up in here. Alright, waiting room. I don't know what it was. It's like 50. I don't know. It's 48 right now. Let's see what it's at after this. Solid. Oh, what? But I can't afford it. No. Okay. It's not as hard to get a little 55. Not as hard to get as I thought it'd be. If I want to get a much better intel team, I could redo the last Zadornov mission. We'll see what this one might be good. But that last one, all the scouts, there was a bunch of like B rank scouts through that whole thing. Just bum rush through it and grab them. Because I know where he's at too, so I'm not going to be actually looking for him. It'll just be pop, grab, go, right? So we can't do Soliton because I don't have the GMP for it, but maybe after this mission I will. I can't afford it. I wanted to look at the... Oh no, I would need to go here to look at it, yeah. Oh no, I guess I can't. Either way, I'm ready. My body is ready. Let's take another look at the Hush Puppy. I'm probably not gonna get it. We need 9 ranks on R&D, and we need 10 ranks on medical. We need to like raid a hospital or something. A hospital would work actually. I don't remember if I saved. Let's do it. We need to raid like a research hospital. They'll be good at medicine and R&D. Alright, so like I said, we're literally just going through like the whole game, right? So let's see where this takes us now.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared again.
God damn it.
Get out there and retrieve him.
I told you, it's a big old troll, isn't it? Do I have anything? No. Co-ops I don't care about. Nothing new. I'm okay with that right now. We didn't do a lot of nighttime stuff, did we? Wait, this is where we were earlier, isn't it? Or is this just one of the other missions I did? I see him. No! Oh my god, you know what? Hold on. Oh wait, pause does work? Why did I think the game doesn't pause? I was trying to just bum rush and get a quick takedown. I didn't know there was gonna be another guy.
Zadornov steak.
We're under attack. Going to
Why'd
alert status.
you stand up, bro?
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
Somebody there?
Nope. Alright. We're good now. A little aggressive. Do I want that medicine, bro? Maybe. Can I see you? You know what? Fine, I'll take him.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Something there. Document.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
M1C. Wasn't there another guy? Because I thought I heard another guy talking. What's that? Oh, it's just plant. Yeah. I'm too lazy to go back and get those items. We are booking it. So I want to go left because it's going to loop up and let me check every spot. Oh, it's been another hour. At 50, so right now it's 1550. It's at whatever 50, whatever the time is when I get a thing from my watch. Oh, there's a dude up there? Or down here? I think there's a sniper up there. Oh, I see the ghillie suit. Yeah. So like 1550, 1650. Through most of the daytime hours is when it's like, hey, you haven't got enough steps this hour. So I can just automatically tell it's been another hour. They get down quick, don't they? Alright, this time I want to go left. That guy's probably really good, by the way, if I had the launcher. He's probably an S rank. Oh, he's an A. Yeah. So last time I saw a guy like that, he was an S rank. Because I think I joked that he'd be an S rank, but I never saw a way to get up there. Maybe... Can we climb this? If there were a way to climb on top of this... No, it's too far. We totally can't do that. No ladder that I can see. I mean, I looked around that one time and I never saw any way to get up there. I'd totally go for that A rank. Bet your ass. Alright, 3 more screens. We literally just went through here. Didn't go on this one though, we went the other... Didn't we go the other way? I don't remember, I've slept since then. Okay, we were here a minute ago, but for a different mission.
No, I saw something.
Wait, why did he fall? I didn't get a headshot or anything. I hit him in the taint? I don't think so. What's this? Oh, because we can...
No one here.
Forgot about that. But I didn't know we could do that in other missions. I thought it was just for Chico. What's your deal? Not worth it. Damn it. What are the beeping alerted guards? That would be fun. What's this guy's deal? D. To me, that ain't worth it. I'll say the C is worth it. Was this the guy I just scanned, or was it another one? The guy that knocked out? Yeah, it was. What's that? Is that just people snoring, or am I hearing something else? That was him? Oh, you sneaky motherfucker.
Curses.
I didn't expect that. Hey, can we stop running away as Zadornov? M21. Can I do Soliton?
I got him, Kaz.
Slipped up again. Acknowledged. Bring him on in.
Alrighty. Let's see, we need like 200 something thousand for the Soliton. Oh, is it done? Yeah. Psych recovery. Well, you shoot your friends with it and recovers their psych? I still want to say psyche, but Metal Gear Solid 4 explicitly said psych. Let's see. I didn't even look how much we have. Oh yeah, we got enough. No, we rolling in GMP. I mean, not anymore. Hold off on assigning people. I don't care. All right, I'm gonna cut to the chase, and just confirm. Just do a couple more missions, I assume. It doesn't actually say, but that pattern's been working, so let's just go do some extra ops and let's just see what happens. The problem is like balancing, trying not to look ahead, trying to find a list that gives me that information without spoiling what it is. Let's try cargo truck demolition.
Let's get this mission started.
If it's a turret mission, I'm happy. If it's not, I'll just exit out and probably pick something easier. If it's a turret mission, then I don't have to like change my loadout. And I mean, I guess I could put the battle dress on.
You should be able to see the road from the bridge. Destroy the truck that's driving up that road.
Oh, I see. No turrets? I don't see any. Yeah, I'll probably just back out.
Too late. It's gone.
Or not.
Failed.
You have no time. Granted, battle dress is not difficult. Let's just do it. Select mission. We gotta change the loadout real quick. Easy enough.
Let's get.
What?
Combat.
Had to load? So we have barrels out there we could shoot. Barrel.
You should be able to see the road from the bridge. Destroy the truck that's driving up that road.
Interesting. I want to call in a supply thing. Oh, the reload's gonna get me. I don't know how that's gonna land.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh shit. No, 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 no. Stop. Okay, good. We're good. PKM's actually the way to go. Alright. It's easier. Because it does kill them pretty quickly. Yeah, look at that. That's easy. Alright, we're good now. I understand. Oh, it does buku damage. I think I'm hitting the tires, that's why. Yeah, critical. I don't think I even need to reload, but we're gonna do it. So much for no kills. That man really just drove through there. Yeah, he saw nothing wrong with that. We good.
You're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Give me that. Boom. Yeah, it was worth it. It was easy. I shouldn't just say that feels like it's going to be too much effort, because that was easy. And I want to do the easy ones to get the missions unlocked. I don't want to go fight Pupa Mark II or whatever. See, I even got an S rank. Oh, let's go do a mission. I don't feel like going back to Mother Base. But I do need to maybe reassign R&D people or something. Eliminate enemy soldiers. Non-lethal methods are acceptable. Doing it.
Let's get this.
Why would I ever go lethal if I have the option? Right, that can is empty. I'll get something in a minute. Dude, it is getting late. If I'm gonna do cardio, I want to target 40 or 58 minutes from now. I don't think I'm gonna be done on time. Nope.
Someone attacking.
There we go. User error. That's what we call that. That's 2 down. I don't think I'm gonna miss that guard post this time. What a nerd. I mean node. Excuse me. I don't know why I'd say something so obviously wrong. These guys suck. Alright, we're halfway there. We are living on a prayer. We'll make it, I swear. So I guess we go to the next screen. I thought it might be all contained on one screen, but there's no more room on that screen. So 4 guys in this interior warehouse, so probably maybe two down, 2 up. How did I get him in the tank from there? Definitely want that R&D.
Fulton recovery subject
No?
confirmed onboard helicopter.
What? There we go. Some of that was definitely user error, but some of that just felt like I was being cheated. Okay. I see that guy, but I need to check this guy because I don't know if it's gonna kick me out. And what if this guy? Oh, he sucks. Okay. Like, what if this guy's good? Oh, it's probably gonna tell me to go to the goal.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
I really have 10 minutes left? I mean, I know this gave me a small time bonus, but are you serious?
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
I mean, if you say so. And that's not an S rank. Maybe because I didn't capture people. Silo entrance. I don't know how Versus Ops is on this game, but actual Metal Gear Online from Metal Gear Solid 4 was really cool. I never played the Metal Gear Solid 3 version of it. I think it's still playable. I think people have successfully configured the emulators to play it, but I haven't tried it. All right, we're gonna swap out a couple R&D peeps. Ah, that's how I change. Okay. It's left and right. I missed out how to do that one time, and I couldn't figure out how to get it back. All right, so we're at 55. Waiting room. I know. Skip. I said skip. Okay. I better not get screwed. $55 on both. Better not screw me up with the auto assign. New PKM. I like that. 56. Beautiful. 50. Oh yes. Love it. PKM, I like that. That's been my go-to LMG for combat missions. Claymore's dirt cheap, I'll take that. It's probably a one mission weapon right there. I'm gonna pass on that. Soliton, oh my god. Oh my god! That's gonna take a while. Box bomb, let's do it. I'm not gonna use it probably, but it's just goofy enough to want. Alright, I guess let's just do the next one until something new happens. Item capture, documents, so we got more documents. So we go from 8 to 10 to 15 minutes on this one.
Let's get this mission.
Hopefully that's not a sign of it actually... Oh, this is a 4-screen one? Is that what I'm looking at? 4 of them blinking red there? We'll find out. Yeah, that Soliton's gonna take a hot minute. I don't even know how much I'll be able to really use the Soliton for the remainder of the game, if I'm being real. So this is where I had some trouble before, because I bum rushed too fast.
Free.
No good. Didn't work. I really like getting them there, because I could have got a headshot on this guy because he's not wearing a helmet. But that's the problem, right? Is you can't get headshots on helmeted guys. I mean, I guess you probably can't do the taint shot on an armored guy. Actually, no, I think I've done it to one. Never mind. So it's just a better version of the headshot. This is a document retrieval one, so I'm just trying to cover my bases here and see if there are any documents hanging out, now that it looks like the coast is clear. How many? 6. Yeah. So they might not be until we get to the buildings, which could make sense. But this is where the rail is at, right? Yeah.
Can't be imagining things.
Oh, I feel a sneeze building. I'm gonna turn the camera off so I'm not making stupid faces.
Subject confirmed on.
You think I'm gonna pass up a B rank R&D guy? That's another hell no. Give me another one. Nah. He ain't so good. Alright, just gonna check. Oh, yep, see? I was gonna say, just gonna check this left side in case there is something here. Easy gun. Does it make the game easy? I'll take that. Easy. Alright, what's next? Let's keep going. Actually, I could stay running. 'Cause it does silence your footsteps. very interesting. But it just makes me a little uncomfortable. Alright, what's this? Nothing. Oh my God, to the God. I don't know why that mix is in my head. My brain is broken. Alright. COS in the tower. Not trying to let you get me. Document? Nope. Probably a guy right there. I seem to always go at the right pace.
What was that?
Don't know. It's kind of weird, wasn't it? It's like you saw something and then suddenly you fell asleep. Might be the Men in Black. Might have used a little mind eraser thing and knocked you out. I don't know if there's a dude up there. I don't want to get spotted from up above. I was about to say, there was a document over here in another run. Alright, 3 more? Could they all be in this next screen, or did I miss one? Because this is the last screen. I hope I didn't miss one. That's the kind of thing I'd be tempted to just look up. I don't feel like running around all over the place. There's something, that's a battery or something, isn't it? Os cam? Oh! Actual camo. It's been so long since we got camo. Oh, he sucks. Take a dump on that guy. Alright. 2 more. There's a guy over there. Nothing in that corner. There could be one in this room here and one upstairs. I'd buy that. As a valid layout. Oh. There could be one outside as well. Don't get spotted. These guys have no peripheral vision. Symbolic lavas. I don't think a balaclava does that. Your eyes are still there. Where the hell would the rest of the documents be? Tell me where the docs are at. I'm gonna have to go start putting people back to sleep. And that worries me. Shit. If I have to go back through areas. Well, I got the sound effect for that. Where is it at? That's loud. See, I got lazy, and now I gotta go through doing this just to make sure they don't, you know, sneak up, wake up and cause problems. So we got one there. How is there not another one in here? That seems wrong. 2 taps ought to be good. He's been out for a minute. I do like how compliant they are. They'll stay frozen when you go to a different screen. Don't even take an opportunity. But now I have to worry about the guy up top in the tower now. That's part of the problem coming back here, is that I can freeze these other dudes and it'll be fine. But I can't get the tower guy. I thought he was moving. Two taps.
Freeze.
So we know tower guy should be out because this guy was still out. But yeah, it's definitely got me a little nervous. We only have 5 minutes. Now I gotta go back through all these dudes that are still potentially waking up. I thought I did an okay job. And then, on top of that, I have to get to the goal, which is probably in the last screen. Because that's where you would logically put the goal, right? Damn, this sucks. So 2 of these to go scour through again. We'll look a little bit more around the train. I think I left people here asleep, which could be a problem. I don't know if the timers actually count while you're away. Doesn't seem like it. I think they'd be awake.
Freeze.
I might actually fail this unless I look it up. Okay, it actually does pause. I don't know why I thought it didn't pause. Maybe it's during certain encounters or something, because I swear I've hit that before and things are still happening. Did we get this guy? Where'd he go? Okay, whatever. How about over here? No docs. Dude, this is weird. Got this stealth docks here. There's got to be 2, and I didn't find anything on this map. I did do like an extra run through this map. Is that one right there? Oh my god. I'm blind. Ich bin blind. It's all good. You know what though? I never ran through it facing that way, I don't think. I don't know if there's anyone around here. I don't remember if I left anyone that would be able to spot me, but I really need to be booking it. That's the problem. This guy is actually held up, so he's not doing anything. What about back here? Up here. Dude, this would be perfect. Put a dock right there. Just Kojima, Kami. Give me the dock. Well, I might be shit out of luck and jolly well fucked on this one. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. That sucks. All right, here's the plan. We don't have a lot of time. We just bum rush it back because the goal is probably going to be in the last place and just try to see something. Hope something's there that just catches my attention just a little bit, right? Not there, not there, not there, not there. I already climbed on top of the train. It wasn't there. All right, we gotta go. I like a minute to do these two screen. Well, I mean, this is the longer screen. This one's the more concerning one. Come on, something, anything. So this may have just been a big old waste of time, right? I thought I might have seen something. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. This guy might even be up, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I swear I looked over here when I first went up. This is the kind of thing where you watch like a YouTube video and you're screaming the whole time like, dude, it's right there, you just walked past it. Are you blind? The hell's your problem, dude? Ooh, it got laggy.
You're out of time. Mission incomplete.
Alright, yeah, we're not doing that one again. I don't feel like it. Let's pick something a little more straightforward. Disarm the claymores. Maybe we'll learn about how to do that. I didn't see an interact thing with them when we encountered them before.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up.
But we can't crawl on the ground.
Don't let yourself get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job done.
That's why I'm curious. It's a one skull as well. That's easy. Okay. So, briefing files. Any info? Wait, no, we've already heard about this.
The river running through here.
Stop. Here we go.
Claymores are directional anti-personnel landmines. Their blast radius is approximately 70 vara, sending over 700 metal fragments through the air at a 60-degree angle.
Front toward enemy.
But since they are directional, you can simply disarm them from their blind side.
Just walk into
Get
it?
down low and approach the mine from behind. Then deactivate and recover it.
No, I guess we have to
do this,
interact. Yeah.
press the action button when
I didn't
the
notice
icon
that pop
appears.
up before.
You can use any unused claymores you recover. You can also destroy them by shooting them. Just keep your distance or you'll get hit by shrapnel. Best to use a sniper rifle. The only downside is you can forget about using them yourself.
I wonder if it's because I have a full inventory. Maybe it was like, hey, you can't do that. But I figured they just throw it on the ground and let you pick it up like anything else and send it to Mother Base. Oh, there's one.
Approach it from behind.
Actually, I said that, but I saw it right after I said it. I was just kind of joking. Yeah, there we go. You're already there. There's another one. I can't tell which way it's facing. That way. Is this one in the building just facing the wall? Where is this one? Why? Alright. I saw one more back the other direction. We'll have to go back there in a few moments. This is my kind of mission. Give me more of these. Based Soliton radar too, am I right? Alright, where's the goal?
Okay,
Middle? Yep.
You're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Give me like 2 more that are that easy. Get like all the rest of the missions, let them be that easy.
Great job.
Boss, doorknob has escaped. Oh, S-rank. Didn't fault in anybody though, what a shame. What a shame. He was a great man.
Snake,
What a
you're not
rotten
gonna
way to
believe
die.
this, but
Yeah.
Zadornov's missing again.
Cuz, are you sure somebody's not, I don't know, letting him out on purpose?
You think I have time to assemble a mole hunt? Man, this guy isn't just good, he's so good at scary.
If he's doing this alone, that is.
Anyway, he left a trail, so we've got a good idea of where he's probably hiding. You know what the mission is. Find Zadornov, Snake.
Right now there's a very valid question to be asking. Is this even worth it? Well, I don't want to get into whether it is or not yet, but it is a very valid question. Ooh, a Chrysalis Type 2? Hell no. Not doing that. No 5 skull either.
Snake, Zadornov's escaped custody again. You have to track him down.
It's only a 3. Believe it or not, Zadornov has escaped from Mother Base again. Find him and bring him back. I'm gonna take a dump on him when we find him. Make him surrender and just drop a deuce on him. I'm a Cleveland steamer. Tired of chasing this man.
Find Zadornov, Snake.
I know.
Is someone taking a leak? Is he in here?
Mama.
No. Right, you need a dart.
I know I saw something.
Not good. Kind of not good.
Freeze.
And the thing is, like, the question is someone taking a leak? I mean, remember, this is Metal Gear. That's just what people do in these games.
Freeze.
I know I saw something.
You know what I don't know about is in Metal Gear Solid 4 when you're it's a weird question to ask. Can you get the resistance member to pee on you? If you're camouflaged well enough, especially with the face cam. The hell? Especially with the face camo. Is it possible to get the resistance member to pee on you? I don't know if I ever did it. I probably tried, because it's funny. But it's been so long. Like, I did a lot with that game back when I first got it. I played that game a lot back in the day. Did I? Hold on. I swear I heard sounds coming from there. What if he's in the same place again? That would be master trolling. That is why I'm checking the doors, because it seems a little wild to find doorknob in the same place, but this is Kojima.
Who's there?
Hey.
The least weird Metal Gear Solid player. Can this character pee on you?
Not this one.
Well, because we obviously had that Easter egg, or like, I don't know what you call it, that little thing in Metal Gear Solid 2. I'm going to go in my pants!
No one here.
And then you call Colonel, and he's like, they do call them wet works for a reason. I don't remember if I checked this one. Oh, that's the one where it was like, ho ho ho, nice, whatever. Yeah. Can I? Yeah. Alright, so we don't want to be here. That's what I'm gathering. So let's take a look at the region. Okay, we can't go the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4 more screens to check. Now, last time when he was in this village, he wasn't, that wasn't the last screen, so it is possible he could be on another screen. You know what we need? We need infinite stealth camo as well. Oh, didn't know I was getting that one.
Freeze.
Come on, let's find him. No? There we go.
I'm seeing things.
Oh. I'm waiting for him to be disguised as a dude. He was, in that house, which was pretty odd. Did not expect to find him there. Let's check their skills. Nope. Yep. Yoink. Just right out from behind that dude.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
He didn't see Ish. Alright, I don't think I scanned this guy. That's a nope. As a dude or a dud? A dud! It's a dud!
A dud.
I like that there's a an emote of that. You know, I really appreciate that. That was one of the first sounds I put on the soundboard. Because I went through and I had a handful of things in mind. And some of them were Metal Gear Solid sounds, and that was one I was like, alright, I need that. Got a bunch of like Colonel lines when GW's going nuts. Oh! You felt that one. I gotta stand up and pop this guy. No?
Someone attacking? The enemy's attacking! Going to alert status!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
Yeah, that was bad. B isn't bad.
What is it?
But he's just combat. I don't really care that much.
Get up! Somebody's here!
No! No! Terrible. Absolutely terrible, isn't it? You! Get that E rank out of here. Busted ass guard. Alright. Got any prisoners or doorknob? What's up, Tusk? Coming in for the extra long session here. Every day is the weirdest day of my life. Alright. We have hunted this man down like 4 times today. He keeps escaping. It's like a comic book.
Can't be imagining things.
Alright. How's everybody? Suppressor's not having a good day though.
Can't be imagining things.
We still got another screen. You know, I have to check down here. Just in case he was there. Where you at, dude? Alright, there's too many dudes here, so I'm actually gonna hold them up.
Freeze.
If only they give me another suppressor. Metal Gear Solid 3 style. But no! Can't do that, can we?
Freeze.
Spicy curry. I seriously keep actually reading Solution Radar now. I memed it into existence.
Freeze.
Alright, nothing here.
Freeze.
No. What's going on in here? Like I said, we still have one more screen. We haven't found doorknob yet.
Freeze.
Oops. Analyzer. Yeah, let's look at his anus. Gonna have this thing out just to make sure I don't run into a dude. Well, no sign of him. So last screen it is. Let's go.
Guys, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
Zadornov should be somewhere in that area. Find him.
We have to do the same thing as before. Interesting. That's Cyrillic, right?
Damn it. You found me.
It's Russian. Alright, we found him the 5th time now. I feel like I'm missing something there, Tusk, but it's all good. You can tell me about that on Discord if you want. Rescue box. Ooh, is it another Fulton? Maybe?
found
Oh,
him,
no,
guys.
maybe
Close,
co-op.
but no cigar. Not for you anyway. Snake, we're coming to pick him up.
Alright, can we stop this comic book-ish? Yeah, I feel like you might have sent another message that's not showing up, but I don't know if that's really good for here, dude. Because I have no idea what you're talking about, but I don't know if that's really good for this. Oh no, Ibex is sick. Let's see. Wait. Are we out of... Oh, the waiting room is full, basically. That's bad. Alright. I might have to start firing people if I want to do any more research. I don't want to fire people, but... Raccoon dog. See, here's the bad part. If you look at him, he doesn't have the most to say. Sniper rifles are the best for precision long-range shots. A lot of them even fire armor-piercing rounds.
You're fired.
See? I can get rid of a few people, I guess. Let's... How do I want to sort? Okay, yeah, anyone that's not got at least a C rank in something. You're a volunteer, that sucks for you. You showed up, you're a volunteer, but you kind of suck, so you're gone. And if they're a POW though, I'll try to keep them. I mean, I guess I'm doing alright, dude. I'm really tired, and I want to beat this today, but I want to do cardio. It's cardio day, and I would start that in 15 minutes. So it's running a bit longer than I expected. I knew it was going to be bad, but it took like over 3 hours to get all the initial tapes out of the way. So it's getting to that point where it's becoming an issue.
You're fired.
But I'm still gonna commit a little bit more. I need to wrap up laundry and stuff at some point. I might put in time off tomorrow. That'll make me feel better. I'm not feeling bad, per se. Claymore disarmament. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do another one of those. So let's just do a few of these and see what happens. I don't want to be spoiled, but I really hope we're done with Doorknob. I actually don't know. I just remember we have another Soliton being researched and it's still not done. Because I think we did a couple missions and it was still at 10%. Can I even do that? Okay, I can. Alright, I see it right there. I don't know where there's one, but I don't know if there's another one around here. There is, see? Actually, this one's safe. Now we can go to the side and get this one. and just, oh shit. I saw it, but I was looking at something else, and I was like, wait, no, that was it. It's all good. Because I didn't actually see the claymore, that was the problem. And so I looked back towards the radar, so I was like, wait, where was it? And then I ran into it.
To pick up a claymore, approach it from behind.
Claymores are fucking terrifying. Go look up like a YouTube video of someone setting up a real claymore. I'm like, hell no, dude. I'm not. It's so hell no, I'm not gonna do the song. Alright, 2 more again. Yeah, it blended in a little bit. Alright, where's the next one? Right there. Where's the goal? Show me the goal. Show me the goal. I want world record. There it is. Bye.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
S rank. Miner's Residence Night. Okay. Man, popped the shit out of my neck. It felt great. Oh, 244 steps left this hour. As if I've been taking steps. Mission selector. Let's do another. Hey, doorknob, fuck you. Stop running away. It's so annoying. Hold up all the dudes. That sounds fun.
Let's get this mission
Oh, I can't tranquilize them. That sounds less fun. If I fail once, I'm gonna just find something easier. I don't have the patience to do difficult missions anymore.
Get control of all the enemies by holding them up. Hold up all enemies. If you're discovered,
What the fuck?
the mission's over.
I have a banana. I have a banana and a stun rod, so you can't even tranquilize. There's a dude this way somewhere. I'm a little nervous. I need my radar. I need my crutch. See, I don't know if he's just gonna stay like that. Holding up dudes with the banana.
Freeze. Freeze.
That's the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. I mean, bananas are good. I bought some today. SVD. It's a sniper. A snooper. Alright, I'm gonna assume that's good for this. I just tried to reload my banana. You ever watch that that tactical reload guy? He like tactically reloads all kinds of like everyday objects and stuff. Pringles cans. I'm trying to remember like batteries, stuff like that. It's good. Alright, so we have this guy here that's about to spot me.
I know I saw something.
I know you saw something, but it's too late now. That dude is shaking. Zadornov acquired. Is that the SVD?
Freeze.
And so we have one there. Do we have another one over this way? I really hope so. Because it looked like there is a third screen. Yeah, okay, good. They're all here. Love it. Alright, I'm a little worried about that guy up top spotting me. If he goes back this way, I got him. Hopefully.
Freeze.
Alright, what about this guy? Oh, no. Like the cats when they start yelling like, no.
Freeze.
Gotcha, bitch. Banana truly is the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Reload banana? Do not worry about me. I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you. Banana cultivation instructions, rank 1. Amazing.
Snake.
No.
Zadornov's done it again.
My God.
Great.
Snake. Zadornov's done it again.
Give me a break.
Snake, listen. Zadornov's done it again.
Come on.
I hate to entertain the thought, but this might be an inside job.
What the hell's he after anyway?
No clue. Can't imagine he's just out to annoy us, though.
You know, it might not be worth keeping him here if he's not gonna join us.
You may be right. I thought it might boost our Russian compatriots' morale, but okay. I'll think it over.
Let's hope he's just playing hide and seek.
I've added a new mission. Go get Zadornov.
Why? Oh my God, I hate this. Banana. Oh, this is not... Why? I have to research bananas. It is cultivation, right? Only 52% on that. It's terrible. Wow. Really? Another one? I thought that might be it. I don't want to know how many there are. Don't spoil it. Just making sure. He is at the mine area now. Okay.
Snake, Zadornov's escaped. You have to find him.
But the way that almost sounded like it was broken a minute ago, where he's like, he's done it again. And then, you know, I almost said Snake. Big Boss was like, great. Zadornov's done it again. Like, he kept saying it. That was, I guess it was part of the joke, as in it's happened so many times, but it almost felt like the dialogue repeated or something, like it was broken. I think we're kitted out. Let's go. Okay, so he's on the screen. I noticed this was the only one flashing. Dude.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
I really hope the idea that it's going to go through the whole game was incorrect. But it's looking more and more like that.
Can't be imagining things. Can't be imagining things.
All right, how's this look? Come on, pass out, bro.
Wait.
Let's get out of here. Alrighty. Where's Mr. Doorknob? Metal Gear game about chasing wind. I hope never. I don't generally get like frustrated very much at games. This is actually starting to really frustrate me. What do I do with this? Oh, he's not in there. I actually thought he was going to be in there. I mean, maybe that was the point. Now we know there can be boxes where he could be potentially hiding. And we know how to break them. I don't want him to call for help.
Can't be imagining things.
I want to get that radar on real quick. Oh, yeah.
Freeze. Down.
I don't care. Just get him. I'm not gonna go looting people.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Back here, yeah.
Mission complete.
I really don't want to keep doing fucking extra ops. I just want to beat the game. Yeah, like I said, I really don't get frustrated that much, but this is starting to get to me. It's just... The joke was old by the third time, you know? Like, it was funny the second... Like, what? I should say it a different way. The mission number 4, Zadornov 4, it was old. You know, it was funny that we had to do it twice. It was even funny that we had to do it 3 times, but now it's like, come on.
Kaz, I've located Zadornov.
Nice work. I knew you would. How could I be so stupid?
But we still haven't explored every screen of the game yet. They're probably gonna make me go through the stupid base where we had to go through to get to Peace Walker. This is not a great chapter 5. I actually do know how everything resolves, but I don't know all the context around it. I don't want to do a 16-minute mission. What's something easy that I haven't done? Give me something easy. Base defense. Puyan mission? Shoot down Fulton recovery balloons. Okay. It says it's easy.
Someone's planning to extract enemy soldiers via Fulton recovery. Thwart their attempt by shooting down the balloons. We're calling this the Puyan mission. Support our troops. Shoot those balloons.
Yeah, this game has gone off the rails. This game has gone absolutely off the rails in Chapter 5. Nah. Hard disagree there. What the fuck? I can't do anything yet. What in the name of Zeus's butthole is happening? You know they're just gonna die. But we're preventing them from collecting soldiers, right? Is it gonna be on both sides? Or just this side? What in the name of Zeus's butthole is happening? Is Puyan the name of like an actual game or something? Like a Japanese game or something? Kind of like the pachinko machines and stuff. I'm just gonna start assuming that they're all on this side. I assume it's not normally this dangerous, shooting live ammunition at, you know, real people and dropping them to their presumed death. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't live in Japan. I mean, technically, if we killed the dudes, then they couldn't be abducted. They wouldn't be of any use to an enemy faction. They'd get just a dead dude on a balloon. Yeah, so confirmation that it is a game. I don't know the word, so I was like, Puyan mission, what? This one's too slow though, I don't like how long this is taking. I want missions I can beat really fast, so we can hopefully not chase Doorknob again. Coming up back there, yeah. Should be pretty close to the end. They said there's like 25 or so, right? Hey, stop that. Yeah.
Okay, you're done with that area.
So the only way to...
Mission complete.
Well, you have to know exactly where they're at, I guess. You could go faster, because new ones spawn after you defeat them. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, the only way you could go faster is be on the target faster at the end, but nah, it wouldn't work. You have to actually know where they're gonna spawn and hit them, like, right as they're spawning. Still got an S rank, though. Abductee. I don't think we rescued anybody. They fell into like an endless void down there. They were falling like through the terrain because there's no collision or anything. Either way, they were also falling from really far. 1 hour? Nah. Oh, hell no.
It's,
Son of a fucking bitch.
Zadornov,
What's he got, an escape fetish?
He clearly has friends on the inside, but we've got no way of knowing who.
Persistent bastard, I'll give him that. Where is he this time?
That's the thing. He must have found and gotten rid of the transmitter. We've got no idea where he is. Snake, think you can find him?
We can't just let him run around. Makes us look bad.
I'll say. Since we can't locate him, I'm afraid I can't add a new mission.
What?
You know what to do, Snake.
Wait. What? There better be. Is it an intel team thing or something, dude? You know what to do. Fuck that, I'm not doing that date with Paz again. Hell no. I was excited because it only made me do one mission. Paparazzi. I don't know if... So you just need to bring the camera. Yeah, let's go to Mother Base. Huh. Let me think real quick. We got bananas. Bitches don't know about my bananas. $53. And we'll take a couple of these that aren't so good. What? Oh, I was on the wrong one. 56. 57. Alright, I know what to do. Do I? Because I don't really know. I don't care anymore, so I'm gonna go see if I can see an unlock condition for that. Or if it's something different. Because, like I said, I do know how everything does play out. Okay, yeah. I'm glad I looked because there's a lot. Okay, so, and unfortunately it also did, you know, confirm some things, but it's things I already knew. So they said, I don't know what 33 is. I think, oh, hold on. I lost count because the audio desync got me. But the previous thing I see here is, yeah, wait. Are they saying the right thing or what? Hold on. Oh, I think they mislabeled it. Because the next mission is 33. But they say you have to beat mission 33. Okay, so we've already beaten 33, which is Zadornov 6. Intel team should be well above 40. We know that's the case. Mission support rank. Oh, that might be a problem. Database. What is mission support rank? It's rank 2. It says it must be a minimum of rank 2 or higher. So how the fuck do I do this? You can begin development on... I didn't even realize this was going on. Living quarters and stuff. These are things I didn't even realize were happening. R&D lab. Mission support's the only thing it says. Versus ops, trade, recruit, R&D. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I really understand. It just lists a few things, and I've done these. What? Oh, it's actually... Oh, dude, this game is stupid. This game is ridiculous. I might have already met the requirements, but it's not just going to unlock something right away. The thing is, I am supposed to go out and find Doorknob on my own. That's what I'm understanding. Yeah, dude, I would not have figured this shit out. Apparently? Because it says, after this mysterious interaction about Zadornov, like he'll be on the loose, it doesn't even hint at his whereabouts, he could be found in Extra Ops Mission 1. I don't know why that's the case, but... What do you mean you know what to do? Hell, if I knew what to do? Why would I ever think to go to Extra Ops Mission 1 to find him? There has to be some clue. That's ridiculous. I didn't realize I was still in battle dress. Why was I? Oh, because I was playing that goofy... whatever it was called. Oh, there's just stuff up here. T-shirt! Well, there he is. He's listening. He's spying, isn't he? With that KGB skill to use. Oh no, he's got a weapon.
Big boss.
Ooh! Squeezed on that fool.
My work is done. What are you talking
Yeah, what did you did?
V for victory. Rocket, peace.
Oh my god. That's so goofy. KGB stuff, right? You gonna squeeze on him again?
Cause I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for a fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto.
Okay, there we go. Guess what? He's not gonna escape anymore. Fuck that guy. He's done. Unless it was a clone. Les enfants terribles. The real Zadornov was in Zeke all along.
Took you long enough, big boss.
Boss. Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right.
Your clothes?
My true self.
Metal Gear Zeke, general purpose bipedal war machine, manned.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't. The controls aren't responding.
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications.
Why?
This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Kaz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadorov's escape was a diversion.
Kaz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
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 Really?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Kaz, get down from there.
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
Pacifica Oceana?
My name, my age, my mission. Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace scrap. The whole teen with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Kaz, you can't.
I told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything has gone exactly as we planned. Now the real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project.
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that has long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that
Okay.
so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity, a product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns.
That is right. Not deter, control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders, can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression. You will give rise to a new world order, an but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say peace.
I wonder why it has to fill up with water. Or whatever fluid that is. But it's like she's got a mouthpiece there to breathe, so whatever. Oh, we're just into it. I'm glad I have battle dress on. I didn't know that was... Are we? Yeah, what's going on, Jaeger, by the way? I was gonna say the same thing, too. To be continued. Next time on Metal Gear Solid. Let's see. So that's what I've been waiting on all this time. Let's see. Tusk likes that bionic arm. It's so goofy. Cypher. Let's see. No, they definitely... There were plans with some of those cameras, the camera angles and stuff. But... Oh, music changed. It's getting intense. Alright, well, here we go. This is the reason all along that I was really trying to build Zeke and I kept farming those missions early on. Because I knew we were gonna have to have Zeke, right? I didn't know the context of how it all played out, but I knew, you know, Paz was gonna be in it, and I knew we had to have Zeke in order for that to happen. So I was like, we need to build Zeke. I didn't know exactly how we were gonna get to this point, though. I didn't know I was gonna have to chase Zadornov 6 fucking times. Mission prep is probably fine. I don't think it really matters what I have equipped there. Although, I'm gonna say, let's swap this for rations. Recovers life. And you know what we'll probably also do is put another thing on that recovers life. Like the chips. I don't know. They're not that great though. What's something better? Because that's rank 4 on that Great Curry or whatever it's called. We'll get that. That way I can hopefully stay alive a little bit longer. I don't like where this is gonna go. It's a 5 skull. Better not be as bad as Peace Walker. Let's find out. But finally something happened, right? It's been a long session today. I should have looked at the briefing. We don't have the AI pods here. If we defeat Zeke, can we collect more components to build Zeke? Oh, what? The hell? What's this music? Wait, where did it go? Did I miss? It said it was by pause. So it's like an in-game thing. Oh, it cucked me. Oh, bump this dude's leg. Where? Over here? What do I do? Whoa! What the hell? Oh, you just give me free supplies. Hell yeah. Yeah, they just jamming. Metal Gear Solid the anime. Oh, huh? Looked like it's trying to take a leak on me. It's like a dog taking a leak. I'm gonna bop your leg. Oh, we got this. Ow! Ow, my balls! How? I'm trying, but I'm being squeezed on. Dude, this is ridiculous. Ha! Get bopped. Uh-oh. It's not over yet, Snake. Oh, rip. Ripping pepperonis. You told me to use them. What the hell, dude? This is so weird. I'm trying. Come on. Don't hit me. No. Get dunked on. Hit you in the wiener. It sounds like a dude getting hit. Like, oh. Come on. I need to get these legs. After all that time I spent building Zeke, here we are. This is the weirdest boss music I've ever heard, though. No. Oh, what the, oh, Tokyo Drift ass. Dude, look at this. I can't move. What the hell? Ow. Pain. The problem I have with that is that when you get hit by the first one, you pretty much get hit by the second one as well. All right. Let me get more stuff. Nope.
Transport catapult ready to launch.
Oh, I'm out.
The gun platform is back up and running. It's all yours.
Come on. No, you won't. Not today, please. Yes.
Rocket launcher ready to fire.
Alright, just hit something. Oh, it's booking it. She's just going. I don't know what sound I made because I was trying to say like two things at once.
Getting distracted by the gun platform. Now's your chance.
I need that ration. Oh, come on. How did that hit me? Come on. I even hit roll.
Supplies are loaded in the transport catapult. Fire away.
Come on. Let me get you in the wiener. Gustav, let's go. It's so slow though.
Rocket launcher ready to fire.
Get dunked on, please.
Transport catapult ready to
But please let it be over. Is Zeke distracted? It is good. That railgun is ridiculous. Look at it. From the side profile. Fuck you, Zeke. No, you won't. Was that missile still circling? Alright, we got it. That wasn't so bad, unless there's more. Oh, no, it says complete. That was way easier than Peace Walker. Peace Walker Phase 2 was brutal. Granted, if I had remembered I had the battle dress, it might have been a little better.
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends.
How are you talking? Or are you just thinking?
Listen to me, big boss.
Oh no, she's been talking through the fight.
As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they would a cancer to society. This is the path you have chosen.
Rip. Damn. Splashdown. Splash. Pause. Cause. I think you're mixing them up, dude. That was cause. Outer Heaven. We did it. We beat Chapter 5. That's a lot of experience for the FIM. That's a lot. I mean, that's almost all I used. But but do that one more time and I basically level it up. That's crazy.
Who would have thought that little girl was working against us?
Tell me about it. She had everybody fooled, me included. I can't believe I didn't pick up on anything.
Snake, there's no point in beating yourself up over the past. But hey, maybe you should put in some practice against Zeke in case this sort of thing ever happens again. In any case, I need to go talk to Dr. Strangelove. Zeke still isn't ready.
Huey.
Okay. Oh, he rolling up. They see me rolling.
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? Well, that's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
It's a hell of a way to do that.
No, not at all.
Oh, look, he turned red.
No. Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen.
Oh.
Love is blind after all.
Oh, he's styling.
Take your time. I'll be waiting.
That's him doing that on the chair? Okay, yeah. Get him shades. That's too much drip for him. He had to take them off. That was an interesting transition. From the graphic novel thing back to the in-game, in-engine stuff, I mean.
Snake!
It's not over yet. Oh, we actually get to see him. Wait, why'd you keep the hand? You're just walking around with the hand.
That name Paz mentioned at the end.
Pacifica.
Cipher.
Oh, no, that one.
It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Cuz.
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I, knew Paz and the professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Cuz.
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cipher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen, MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later, it's going to give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Cuz. It's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cypher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
Yes.
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We're gonna be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out together.
It looked weird. I don't think that model was designed to work very well. Like the cigar plus the battle dress glove.
The hunt is on, Kaz.
Maybe I was just seeing it wrong.
And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
Because I had to know a lot of people would use battle dress for this. For this fight. All right. Assemble the men. Nice little monologue there. A little ideological speech. U.S. and Soviet Union agree on a framework for Assault 2. Treaty limits the number of strategic nuclear delivery vehicles on each side. Former Prime Minister of Japan receives Nobel Peace Prize. Nicaragua, the FSLN, takes hostages at a party. They secure the release of 14 political prisoners. Former President of Costa Rica admits to collaborating with CIA. Ho Chi Minh campaign, the fall of Saigon reunites North and South Vietnam. The U.S. and Soviet Union complete their first peaceful joint activity in space. FSLN overthrows Somoza. Soviet Union invades Afghanistan, 79. Huey becomes a father, names his son Hal. United Nations establishes University for Peace. Costa Rican President Luis Alberto, it's going fast. Gorbachev in 85. Another period of détente. The Berlin Wall falls in 89. The Costa Rican government persuades Panama to abolish its military. 95. Big Boss triggers the Outer Heaven Uprising. Metal Gear. 2005. Miller is found assassinated in his home by an unknown assailant. Ooh. I understand why they did that now. I didn't expect them to mention that though, right? But no, that was a big plot point, obviously, where Liquid's like, hey, you haven't been talking to Miller. It's been me the whole time. Hey, bro. So yeah, that was an interesting one to end on there. The end. It just said the end. Did we hear him somewhere? Maybe we did. I don't remember. Oh, man. Credits, Part 2, Electric Booty-Loo. Good stuff. Chapter 5, huh? Chapter 5, huh? That was a thing. So, some of the stuff I read was a little bit incorrect initially, where I thought just replaying anything, even the simplest missions, would work. So I thought I could just fight Pupa over and over and it would unlock things, but it didn't do that. So I just had to keep doing new extra ops. I don't like that. Extra ops, they're not like specifically, they're not very meaningful, let's be honest. They can let you unlock new stuff or whatever, but they're not meaningful to the story. So I didn't really like that it's like, hey, play all these extra ops, you know, just to keep unlocking new missions for the story. Oh, there it is. Switching back to speakers. Play all these extra ops just to keep unlocking missions for the story. And, you know, there chases Zadornov 6 times. I'm gonna be honest. That feels really lazy. I don't know how else to look at that. To me, that feels really lazy. Like, it's, again, it was funny for like 3 times. Like, he escapes. Oh, wow, that's new. He escapes again. What? He escapes a 3rd time. Ha, that's funny. A 4th, a 5th, a 6th, a 7th? The 7th didn't really count, but actually the worst part about the 7th is you don't even know where he's at. I don't know, there has to be some way that you know to go into extra op 1. So the whole thing, let me go back to that page. They say the following: to unlock the mission, you need to satisfy several requirements. You need to beat 33, which was Zadornov 6. Your intel team should be well above the required level 40. At level 40, you'll begin a development on a second plant at Mother Base. You must have the plant built before you can play the mission, which I think we did a while back. That's why I was checking, like, do I have to do something? But no, I think we heard when that happened already. Your mission support rank, which is visible in Mother Base data, must be a minimum of 2 or higher. It'll take about a dozen missions for development to complete, so we hope you started this much earlier by bolstering your intel team. Metal Gear Zeke must be completed as well. You must have the railgun equipped, beat the Chrysalis for that without damaging the railgun. You must take Zeke off any Outer Ops mission squads as well. With all these requirements met, play 1 to 3 extra ops until you get contacted by Kaz. After this mysterious interaction, Zadornov will be on the loose. Although the game doesn't even hint at his whereabouts, he can be found in Extra Ops Mission 1. Take the stairs up from the firing range and search the catwalk above for Zadornov. After the cutscene, Mission 33 Zeke battle will be unlocked. In this battle, you're fighting... So this is one thing it does confirm. In the battle, you're fighting your very own Zeke, and any upgrades you have applied will be turned against you. So... it seems like... if we had gone real ham on the AI... Well, actually, she was controlling it, so I don't know about that. But maybe... the radome was on there, and we put the radome. So maybe if we had given it jetpack or whatever, which I never really saw a way to get that, but if we'd given it jetpacks, then maybe it would be like floating around a little. I don't know. Give it some jump jets. Yeah, that's my biggest complaint. Is Chapter 5 just rewinding to where I was at? That's ridiculous. The way that was handled. The payoff is good. That whole thing, like, this is so, I wanted to, you know, mention it the whole time because I've known since the beginning of the game who Paz is, what her deal is, but I can't say I don't want to spoil it, right? The payoff is good. That's a really cool last boss. The mech, the Metal Gear that you built is a last boss. Like, that's really cool, right? Uniqlo. I like that as a concept. You know, you worked so hard to grind out those parts and stuff, and we didn't really go full on. Like, if I were doing this kind of purely on my own time, oh, we're actually getting all the references and stuff. If I were doing this purely on my own time, I'd be going kind of 100%, and it would take a lot longer than it has taken. See, it says performed by Paz. That's the song we just heard. Interesting. Portable Ops reference. Yeah, some of these I think are... we saw these credits before. But I think it's for the Walkman, right? So anyway, cool payoff. Chapter 5 overall is pretty weak because it's just literally go through almost every screen of the game chasing Zadornov 6 times and then meet some cryptic, unexplained requirements that then unlock the actual battle with Zeke. Post credits, and then I'll continue. Ooh.
We will forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists, and yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this?
Outer heaven.
It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is outer heaven.
Ooh. Villain arc. But yes and no. Because we understand the stealth mat, stealth gun. We understand the reasoning of why Outer Heaven is being built and everything, right? So in Metal Gear, it's like, hey, there's this big bad base, they have this Metal Gear, you know, they're staging this uprising, we gotta stop them. And Big Boss is like luring Solid Snake into traps and stuff. What does that say, by the way? I can't understand by. I can't read that on the left where Zeke is at. See if anything else pops up. So in that game, it's like, oh, Big Boss was a villain all along. He's the one staging this uprising, and it's just kind of. It is what it is. It's a product of its time. It's a little more one-dimensional as a villain. I mean, well, not really. Like, let me reiterate that or rephrase that a little bit. It's not really one-dimensional because the idea of a story. Music different? I don't know. The idea of a story-based game in like '87 when that came out, where your commanding officer ended up being the secret villain, that was actually not one-dimensional, but the level of detail that would go into the story obviously did not exist, compared to like this game or 4. You know what I mean? Like 87 was a different time. So all we kind of thought of was like, hey, Big Boss is the villain, right? And then they've been fleshing him out more and more with 3, 4, and now this, and giving motivation behind Outer Heaven. Not just, hey, he made Outer Heaven, cool, go, blow up Outer Heaven, like, go stop it. Now we're getting actual, like, information about his backstory, the boss. The boss didn't even exist back in Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, right? So we're getting all this information and motivation and stuff which led him to that point. And it's kind of the thing that, you can compare and contrast, like, like anime versus Western cartoons. Western cartoons tend to be much more one-dimensional, where anime tends to be, villains tend to have complex backstories that explain why they are who they are. And that's basically what we, have been doing here, building up Big Boss to his, villain arc, if you will. But again, not the entire idea is not necessarily bad in all forms, right? It's very contextual, and it does help to understand his motivations to explain a lot of it. As a game overall, also Tusk says Outer Heaven kicks ass. It's a great name, isn't it? As a game overall, I think it's decent. I want to be very fair as to what it is. Also, let's check that Soliton radar. I want to be fair as to what it is. It is oh, we almost had it. It is a PSP game. We all know that. It's going to suffer to some degree by virtue of being a PSP game, right? It's never going to be Metal Gear Solid 4, right? Because you can't do that on the PSP. You don't even have as many buttons, or you don't... Yeah, I think it only had one shoulder button, and then it only has one stick. So, like, you're not going to get the same gameplay, and you're not going to get the same, you know, level of like movies and stuff that you get in there. Like, we all know that. Like, that's never in the question. So, judging it for what it is, it's pretty good. There's still some things I don't like about it. And some of them are because it was a PSP game. It was designed to be played in smaller chunks, but occasionally you get like 15-20 minute scenes, which I feel like is a bit awkward. If you know you're playing this on your train ride home, you know, like in Japan where they take trains for everything, right? If you're playing this on your train ride and you do a mission and you're like, oh, missions usually take 10 minutes or less, and then you're sitting there for 20 minutes of dialogue, I feel like that's a bit awkward. Not that it matters when you're playing it in this kind of setting, but I do feel like that would be a little weird. And I don't know, like a lot of missions are really short, and that's okay, but a lot of them are really short, like really short. Again, because it was a PSP game. So I don't necessarily dislike this mission structure. I maybe do prefer the older style where the game is a continuous thing, but I think they did an okay job converting it to this mission structure. It's just that some of them are really, really short, and as you're playing as a console game now, it's a little bit odd, I think, but it's not that big of a deal. We just have to kind of keep in mind where it came from, right? Overall, like, story's kind of goofy. It works, but there's some Hot Coldman, like, I can't get past that name. It works, but they're really getting into the whole stuff with the boss and everything, right? They're really getting into that. Like, everybody's obsessed with the boss. And I've kind of made it known today, like, I get tired of that obsession. It's just a bit over the top, I think. Like, a bit much. It's like, the boss this, the boss that, everything's about the boss. I understand the character's motivations, I really do. We had nothing there, nothing there. So I really do understand why the characters do... I saw that, by the way. Do care so much about the boss, but it also just kind of feels a bit much at times. We have a few more to listen to here, so let's check them out. Snuff, Tobacco, and Cypher in relation to Paz. Let's hear this.
Remember that habit Paz had, Snake? How she always had her index finger on her upper lip like this?
Yeah. It bugged me ever since we
Said it
first
twice.
met her. Never figured her for a snuff user.
I can't believe we never noticed.
She used the kind where you keep a pouch of leaf in your upper jaw, let it absorb through your gums. She might not have been used to it. Probably used her finger to keep it in place.
Okay.
How could Paz... We were gonna start a band together.
She was posing as a KGB agent, too.
But you
Must have
knew.
put on the act to get close to Galvez.
Hold on.
Wonder how much Coleman knew. But the whole time she was working for some organization called Cypher.
Cypher. ring any bells, Kaz?
Cipher. It means code, or zero in Arabic numerals.
Zero.
Does that mean something to you?
Not sure.
You know, cipher and zero were basically the same word. It's a linguistic redundancy. The word stems from the Sanskrit shunya. It corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. In Buddhism, shunya means hollow. It supposedly refers to something that's swollen and empty on the inside.
A big swollen emptiness. Just like outer space.
Alright, and now I kind of forgot about Chico's little crush on Paz.
Chico, I heard you saw Paz trying to sabotage Zeke before she activated.
I should have stopped her. If only I hadn't run away. I could have captured her before she got inside. If I'd done that, she'd still be here.
She was carrying a gun. Probably trained to use it too. Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have stopped her anyway. You were unarmed.
I could have at least talked to her. If I'd promised not to tell anyone, Paz wouldn't have gone and done what she did. It's just I was so shocked. I panicked. Ran away.
Chico, when you saw Paz, she was trying to sabotage it, right?
Huh? Well, yeah.
And right after that, she took control of it. Tried to make me surrender. Something doesn't add up. Why would she sabotage Zeke when she was about to use it against me?
What?
Her actions were inconsistent. Even for a spy. If she wanted to destroy Zeke, she could have done it and run away. But if her goal was to steal Zeke, she'd have no motive to sabotage it.
I don't know.
Maybe your seeing her caused her to change her plan. I don't get it.
Interesting. Let's just double check things now. I don't know why there'd be more pause. I could see something else popping up in there, like we find a tape from her or something. Okay. Let's see. Where was I at? Just talking a little bit about story. I think story was fine. They bought a little bit, like went a little bit hard on some of the concepts that I'm not as much of a fan of, or the way they did them maybe. But I think it was fine. It is what it is. It's not my favorite story, but it works. It works for what it is. It does an interesting job of tying in a lot of characters. Like, we kind of knew about Huey before because of Grannon, right? But we never saw him or anything, and so it's cool getting to see him here and get a little bit more backstory on him. So far, other than Miller, I don't think any of the other characters really have had any role in the rest of the series. So they've kind of been standalone for this game, like Strangelove and Cecile and Amanda, Chico, Paz. You know, they none of them have really been referenced anywhere else. But we are getting some tiebacks to, you know, where the Metal Gear Solid part of the series began with Miller. You know, that was the last bit of the timeline about him being killed, you know, being assassinated. So we are getting some tiebacks there, and again, it's helping just establish more of Big Boss's motivations. It was cool to see him embrace the title Big Boss, but it's still kind of mixed because at times they're just like Snake, and it's like, why? Pause. So I guess I don't want to. All right, well, no, let's not talk about Paz. Let's talk about the game in general first. There are a lot of extra ops remaining, a lot of them, and they may unlock additional stuff. I'm pretty positive there are things that I haven't seen. It's Metal Gear Solid, right? In terms of, there's probably some tapes and stuff that if you know, unlock the right thing and spin around on your head 3 times on a Tuesday, you unlock something new that I haven't seen. I'm sure it's like that, but I'm not gonna go through and do 100% of everything. I feel like I did a reasonably complete playthrough. I listened to every tape except for the co-op ones. I don't care. That's not story, that's not lore, that's nothing like that, right? I listened to every tape. I was pretty thorough about trying to, collect people, rank up and everything. And I feel satisfied with where I'm at. So there may be things, there's sure to be things that I missed. That's fine, right? So with that said, one thing I believe I do know about Paz is she didn't really give any specifics there, but like her name and everything, it's all a cover story. It was all a lie. And it still bothers me, but I also think her age was a lie. And if I'm not mistaken, she's like 20 or over, I think. Which helps a little bit. But the box thing still bothers me because wasn't she introduced as 16? What was the box about? What were they doing in the box? It was like The Sims, it looked like The Sims where they get under the covers and things just shake and there's like hearts and stuff, and it's like that bothered me a little bit. It's like, Big Boss, aren't you? First of all, you think she's 16 and you're like 40. You're like 39, dude. What the hell? I don't like that. But that also does make a couple other things a little less awkward, where it's like, why are you in your underwear? It's a little less awkward at that point. I might be wrong on the age thing, but I think I remember seeing that somewhere. I don't quite remember where, but it is something like basically everything about her is like a cover story. Actually, I think I remember where I saw it, but yeah, I won't. If we haven't seen it yet, if we haven't seen it here, then at some point, if we don't see it and I think about it, I'll like pull up the thing and be like, that's where it is. But yeah, that's just something that was bothering me. Because even when I saw the box thing, that's why it still bothered me so much. Because I'm like, dude, you were introduced to her, like, you thought she was 16. Why you like more than, you're like 2.5 times her age. Don't do it. Anyway, though, other than that, weird stuff, I think it's, decent game. It's not the best. It suffers a little bit from... That's the thing, like, I want to simultaneously think about it as a PSP game and not as one. I mean, they did put it out on consoles. And there's a point where when you're analyzing a game, when you're rating a game, thinking about, how good was this game, you can't just give it a free pass on everything. Just, oh, well, technology was limited. I get that to an extent, but is it fun or not? Did they do a good job or not? There's so much. What they did the best job with, I think, is just all the lore and everything, which Metal Gear's always been good with. We spent over 3 hours at the start of this session just going through tapes. And I had already done a lot of tapes before that. I did like an hour or more. I did like an hour and a half or 2 hours of tapes yesterday. And I did a bunch of tapes on the other sessions. Like, there's so much lore and stuff that they did a great job with that. And that to me is what's most important in a Metal Gear Solid game, is, getting a lot of that lore and everything. Don't get me wrong, gameplay is important. But even when gameplay has been good, it's never necessarily been the strong point of Metal Gear Solid games. It's been the intricate stories and lore and everything, right? So I think it was pretty cool to see all of that in a PSP game, right? It's crazy. I feel like I've probably said about everything I need to say. I'm probably forgetting something, but it's getting a little bit late. It's been an hour and 12 minutes after when I would have liked to do some cardio. I think I'm gonna still go do it though, at least a little bit. I am pretty tired, but at least maybe like 30 minutes instead of 50, just to get something in. So I'm gonna wrap up here, but it's been interesting. It's first time playing this one myself, so it feels good to say that I did beat it, at least as much as I'm aware that there is. I don't think there's anything else for me to do. We got a post-credits sequence, that's important, right? So I did beat it. And that means next time, I was like in for it today. I was like, I'm gonna do it. So next time, Saturday, we start Metal Gear Solid 5 with Ground Zeroes, right? Metal Gear Solid 5 had a thing that was released like a year in advance or so called Ground Zeroes, and it was simultaneously like a tech demo, but also it's critical to the story. You almost need to play it. I mean, it's not like you're not gonna understand the events because they're gonna be it's like the tanker and the plant almost, right? It's like the tanker is critical to the story of Metal Gear Solid 2, but they're still referencing it all through the plant, so you're gonna pick up information about it. But it's like if you didn't play tanker, you're gonna be confused about certain details or whatever. That's kind of what Ground Zeroes is to Phantom Pain, where Phantom Pain is like the plant. It's the beefy main presentation, right? So we're gonna do Ground Zeroes on Saturday, and I fully expect I will be beating that. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be beating that, because again, it's like the appetizer, right? So it should be a Saturday thing and then start up Phantom Pain on Sunday. So it's going to be good times. Thank you to anyone who showed up, whether you're lurking or chatting. I really appreciate it. It's been a long journey getting to this point, going through all the Metal Gear Solid games, mainline Metal Gear Solid games. So I've always understood Portable Ops to not really be considered mainline. So that one is skipped, unfortunately, but it does contain some stuff. I've kind of looked into it a little bit. It does contain some stuff, but I don't think it's really considered canon anymore, whatever that's worth. So that leaves us one last hurrah, and it's going to be a big one. You know, kind of like Peace Walker was. It's not going to be a 4-session game. It's going to take a while to get through 5. But I'm really looking forward to it. The reason I started this whole project, if you will, back in January was because I wanted to play 5 again. And I knew it was going to take a while. When I was talking about it back then, I straight up said, this is going to be like... I literally said I might be beating 5 in April. And... we'll see. It might not even be April. It might be May. I was legit planning months before I'd even be getting to 5, and that's how it's played out. You know, I kind of mathed it out, and I said, I know how long the first 4 games take. I know Peace Walker's long, so I knew, right? I knew. But here we are. We're ready to get to 5 next on Saturday. Was it going to be the 1st of April, I think? I don't know. What today's the 26th? I don't know. Whatever. I can't math that. I don't know how many days there are. So, yeah, ready for that. I'm excited. So if you like Metal Gear Solid 5, you should, and you're watching right now, you should definitely hit that follow button. If you want to catch that, it'd be a good time. Really excited to be finally getting back to it. I don't remember if I did Ground Zeroes on stream before. I know I did Phantom Pain. I don't know if I did Ground Zeroes. I can't quite remember. Tuska's excited about it though. Yeah, like I said, it's been a long time coming, right? A lot has changed since I started going through the Metal Gear Solid series, where I used to be streaming every day, twice on Saturday, twice on Sunday. Right now, I'm still only doing Saturday and Sunday once, as I'm dealing with a lot, figuring out a lot. I like that. Where'd you get that? Nice. Vinny kills. I like it. Yeah, we did see the Big Boss salute. Hell yeah. So I'm still only doing the 2 streams, as I keep saying. I've got a lot of stuff I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to deal with, and I needed to take that step back. I would like to work some more in, but I have to figure out the best way to go about doing it, where I'm not going to be overwhelmed with taking on too many things at once. And you know, it's just how it is, right? I don't want to go off on that rabbit hole, but I would like to add some more streams back and have, you know, 2 or 3 games running. Maybe just have a random day. Maybe have a stream where I just play whatever I feel like playing, and you know, it could be one-off, get like roguelike kind of stuff where you could just play for a couple hours, chill, and then do something else, you know. Maybe I'll put something like that in soon, but I guess I just got to figure out the right way to do it, right? What right now is important to me is physical and mental health. I'm working out again. That's important. I'm trying to sleep better. I'm doing all the things, you know. And it's important that I establish those good habits. I'm trying to eat better. I'm trying to do all this stuff like at the same time, and among other things. And so it's a little difficult for me to do all of that while also stream every day and not be overwhelmed by doing too many things at once, right? I need to establish those good habits, and then I can start working some other stuff back in, right? All right. So that was just a long roundabout way of saying Saturday, Sunday, about 10 Central, about 10 a.m. Central is going to be the streams. There's some ebb and flow on a little bit of that, especially Saturday, because I'm going to be going somewhere on that upcoming Saturday. But Ground Zeroes, it shouldn't be too bad. I don't know. We'll see. I might start a little bit early just to make sure. Yeah, I think I might start at like 9. I don't know. We'll see. Alrighty. Yeah, I gotta stop. I'm running myself down rabbit holes. So yeah, that's it. If you want to see the rest of these, they're all on YouTube. Shoggoth Unknown everywhere. On YouTube, Twitter, all that good stuff. But on YouTube, these streams go up about 2 weeks after they're live here, although I might be a little behind on the last couple videos because I have to do some editing on piecing some things together where they broke. So we'll see how that goes, if they get up in time. But they go up normally 2 weeks after they're live here, and there's a huge backlog of streams going back to like mid 2021. So it's been a minute. There's a lot of stuff on there, a lot of different games, a lot of good stuff there. If you enjoy it, you know, like, subscribe, comment, notification bell. You know how it works. I do read and respond to comments. I really appreciate them. And my outro is just bizarre today. I feel so scattered. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. All right, I think that's it. I just kind of don't want to stop. I'm just having a good time being here right now, but I do want to go work out and stuff. I want to go get some cardio in so I don't slip up. All right. Until next time. I swear, like, I'm looking at myself on the thing on the other screen. I know in OBS, that's what it's called. I just look like my eyes are closed, but they're not. It's always like that. I don't know if I look at the camera, it's probably better, but if I look at myself, I can't even see. It just looks like like now they're closed. But I don't know. My eyes are stupid. All right, because every time I look over there, oh, it looks fine to you. Dude, I legit can't see my eyes right now. It looks like they're closed, but they are open. They're as open as they get. I don't know, it's weird. Alrighty, that's it. Till next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy. Kind of sad being done with the game, you know? Being done with a long game like this, even though this is somewhere kind of in the middle for me. I'm talking more after the offline screen, but it's still kind of sad being done with it, you know. That pain is super normal. Tuska's saying, yeah, that pain is kind of normal. Called a phantom pain. It kind of is. We could talk more about phantom pains when we're playing Phantom Pain. That's a real concept. All right.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61.